Chapter 1584. The risk he had to take was not small, but using his monster core could greatly increase the strength of a monster race cultivator. Shuelian spitting out his monster core at this time showed just how crazy he had become, so it was no wonder Bahi and the others were so frightened. Shuelian's identity was extraordinary, so if he was still defeated by Yang Kai even after using his monster core, the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord would never give up. He was a top master whose strength was not inferior to Qi Yu's, so if he became angry, all of Monster Star would be plunged into darkness. But if Shuelian won, with his current madness, Yang Kai's fate would not be any better. How could Bahi, Yu Xiong, and Shanqing Luo just stand by and watch? So, no matter what, they had to stop Shuelian before he could use the source strength contained in his monster core. Only then could they turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. The movements of these three were not slow. They were only 1,000 meters apart, so with their strength, they arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Bahi opened his mouth and was about to act as a peacemaker and persuade the two to stop, but before he could say anything, a loud roar rang out from Yang Kai's body, and at the same time, an incredible power spread out. Even someone as strong as Bahi felt his heart tremble. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, the corners of his eyes twitching. If he had heard correctly, that loud roar just now should have been Dragon Roar. Inside her palace, Qi Yu's beautiful face paled as she stood up abruptly, a strange brilliance flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered something incredible. Even with her second-order origin king cultivation, when that roar rang out, she still felt goosebumps all over her body. She still had goosebumps all over her body. That was an instinctive reverence that had nothing to do with strength. Qi Yu had a trace of the heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline, which was why she was able to cultivate to the origin king realm. This was also why she was so optimistic about Shanqing Luo, who had absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider source, and did not hesitate to accept Shanqing Luo as her adopted daughter and vigorously cultivate her. She looked forward to the day when Shanqing Luo would be able to bring back the majesty of the heavenly moon demon spider to this world and see the ancient era once more. The power of the heavenly moon demon spider. The heavenly moon demon spider was an ancient species. It was a terrifying monster beast. However, compared to the legendary ancient divine spirits, there was still a gap. Among the ancient saint spirits, dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. Unfortunately, such a powerful holy spirit, he had long since disappeared in the long river of history. Only in the most ancient books and records could one see their sky-covering figures and their exaggerated descriptions. Those ancient holy spirits that only existed in legends. Strictly speaking, they were also part of the Yao clan, but they were born emperors of the Yao clan. They were existences that every Yao clan had to bow down to. Qi Yu thought that these ancient divine spirits had already gone extinct, but in her temporary residence, she had no choice. She suddenly heard the purest dragon roar. It pierced straight into the 9 heavens and was deafening, causing the trace of heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline in her body to tremble in fear. She no longer hesitated. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the palace. Then, she rushed towards the battlefield. She knew that Shuelian was in big trouble this time. Outside the palace, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he took a deep breath, giving up on suppressing the mysterious power in his body and allowing it to erupt. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and a dazzling golden light flashed as a huge golden figure suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. This figure covered the sky and exuded a thick, majestic aura. Its 2 eyes, which were larger than houses, were also golden in color, awe-inspiring to those who looked at them. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed straight towards Shuelian without the slightest hesitation. Shuelian was dumbfounded. The frenzied aura around his body was instantly extinguished as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it. While he was lost in thought, the golden dragon opened its bloody maw and bit down on the monster core in front of him, swallowing it into its stomach. Immediately after, it returned to the top of Yang Kai's head and looked down. Impossible! Mi Tian cried out involuntarily as he stared blankly at the golden dragon, shocked by the sudden appearance of this figure. Divine Dragon. Yu Xiong almost bit his tongue as his whole body trembled violently. Bahi stared speechlessly at the shocking scene in front of him, as if he had lost the ability to speak. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as an 8-legged giant silver spider phantom suddenly appeared behind her, resisting the thick dragon pressure. This giant spider was the size of a house, and its phantom was so condensed that it seemed almost tangible, with a crescent moon mark on its forehead. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Of all the people present, only she was in a better situation. Firstly, she was a human, so the dragon pressure suppression on her was the least, and secondly, she had the strength to resist the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source. Even so, she was still shocked by the golden dragon that suddenly rushed out of Yang Kai's body. The audience fell silent as the bloody battle came to an abrupt end, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Yang Kai glanced up, a strange look flashing across his face as he turned to Shuelian and said faintly, "Sorry, this guy seems to be very interested in your monster core. I wasn't able to suppress it." Shuelian's face was extremely pale as the arrogance in his eyes collapsed like a skyscraper, turning him into ruins. In this battle, Yang Kai had completely whipped him from the inside out, from his body to his soul. Under the terrifying suppression of the dragon pressure, Shuelian couldn't even think about taking back his monster core. Enough! A delicate shout suddenly rang out, and the figure of a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the void. Her sharp eyes swept over the crowd and finally fixed on the golden dragon. She took a deep breath, and her plump breasts heaved up and down exaggeratedly. "Adoptive mother." Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong hurriedly called out. "Master." Bahi bowed respectfully. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he swept this beautiful woman with his divine sense, but was shocked to find that he couldn't see through her depths at all. She was an Origin King Realm Master. The identity of the other party was obvious. She was undoubtedly the owner of this palace, Qi Yu. This was not the first time Yang Kai had seen an Origin King Realm cultivator. He had spent some time with Guizhu before, but the feeling Qi Yu gave him was far more terrifying than Guizhu's. After all, Guizhu was just a first-order Origin King, while Qi Yu had already reached the second order. The gap of a single minor realm was like the gap between heaven and earth. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Qi Yu. Yang Kai cupped his fists and shouted loudly. Qi Yu only cast her eyes on him now and gently nodded. "You are also a guest of my palace, so there's no need to be so polite." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Junior has admired Senior's prestige for a long time and should have taken the initiative to pay Senior a visit, but Junior's status is too low to meet Senior. I hope Senior can forgive him." "It's fine. This queen coming to see you is the same," Qi Yu replied faintly. "Adoptive mother, this time?" Shanqing Luo saw Qi Yu's attitude towards Yang Kai and could not help panicking, thinking that she was blaming Yang Kai, so she quickly tried to speak up for Yang Kai. "You don't need to say anything, I know." Qi Yu waved her hand and interrupted her, not giving her a chance to speak. Narrowing her phoenix eyes, she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, "The outcome of this battle has been decided. Shouldn't you return his monster core?" "Return it?" Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. "You don't want to be so ruthless?" Qi Yu slowly shook her head. Red Moon shook his head slowly. "You're a smart person. You should know the consequences of doing that." "Junior really doesn't know. Please enlighten me." "Senior Qi Yu." Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu casually, seemingly not afraid of her at all. Bahi broke out in a cold sweat. Mi Tian felt the soles of his feet cramp, and Yu Xiong couldn't help shivering. Someone actually dared to speak to their master like this? Did this little brat not know how high the heavens were and how thick the earth was? What good would provoking a powerful monster race tribal lord do to him? Did he not know how to be lenient when it was possible? Little bastard. Even though Qi Yu's mental fortitude was quite good, she was still amused by Yang Kai's arrogance. After thinking about it for a moment, she said with a gentle expression, "This queen will give you face, but you should also give this queen some face. After all, this queen is already so old. Talking so much is tiring." "Is Senior very old?" This junior feels that Senior is still in her prime, not at all worse than those young girls in their late 20s. Yang Kai was surprised. He and the other monster race masters were suddenly thrown into disarray. All of them stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Was he trying to flirt with their tribal lord master? Was this absolutely true? In this world, there was actually someone who dared to flirt with their tribal lord master. Looking towards Chiyu cautiously, He and the others were surprised to find that their tribal lord master didn't show the slightest sign of anger and instead showed a strange smile, as if she was enjoying this, coldly snorting. This human really has a glib tongue. No wonder Qing Luo is so deeply in love with you. Is this how you managed to deceive her? Senior is mistaken. Junior used his personal charm to conquer Qing Luo. There was no such thing as a glib tongue. Yang Kai shook his head seriously. Arrogant. Chiyu pursed her lips and smiled, but after a moment, she restrained her smile and said seriously, but in any case, you can't act too presumptuously in my palace. If something really happens to Shuelian, this queen won't be able to answer to Xue Jiao. Return his monster core to him, and this queen will owe you a favor. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced over at the pale-faced Shuelian, a look of reluctance on his face. He doesn't need to return it. Shuelian suddenly shouted, it's just a divine dragon afterimage. It can't bind this young lord's monster core. As he said this, he opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. A loud dragon roar sounded again as a blood-red light suddenly shot out from the golden dragon's body and was swallowed into Shuelian's abdomen. Shuelian easily took back his monster core. The golden dragon was furious and bared his fangs for a moment. Human, it was just this young lord being careless just now. Do you think you can defeat this young lord with such an afterimage? You underestimate me too much. Shuelian's expression was one of unwillingness to admit defeat, but the contempt he had before was now replaced with dread. Whether he admitted it or not, Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his. Chapter 1585. Enough, Shuelian. Don't be so long-winded. Since you've come to this queen's palace, you must abide by this queen's rules. Do you think this is still your Blood Flood Dragon territory? Before coming here, didn't Blood Flood Dragon teach you what to do? Chiyu reprimanded, this queen can let bygones be bygones, but if there is a next time, you know what the consequences will be. Shuelian's face struggled for a moment before he cupped his fists and said, Shuelian has been disrespectful. Please do not blame him, Senior Chiyu. Tian, take him back to rest. In a few days you will set off, so take good care of him. If he causes any more trouble, this queen will hold you responsible. Chiyu turned her eyes to Tian, who had been standing there watching the show from beginning to end, her expression cold and stern. Yes. Tian responded obediently. No matter how arrogant he was, in front of Chiyu, he had to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. None of the monster race's 10 tribal lords were easy to provoke, let alone Chiyu, who was ranked at the top. Quickly calling out to Shuelian, Yang Kai prepared to take him away. Human, remember this, today's matter isn't over. Shuelian glared at Yang Kai with hatred and left behind a ruthless warning before leaving. Yang Kai sneered softly as he watched Shuelian gradually disappear into the distance before taking back his golden dragon. You all should also disperse. Chiyu waved at Yu Xiong and the others casually before turning her eyes to Yang Kai and saying, as for you, come with this queen. Saying so, she suddenly stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai and a soft force instantly enveloped Yang Kai. Perceiving that Chiyu did not seem to have any malicious intent, Yang Kai did not resist, letting her do as she pleased. The next moment, the two disappeared at the same time. Adoptive mother, Shanqing Luo exclaimed. Don't worry, little sister. Adoptive mother shouldn't have any ill intentions towards that guy. With adoptive mother's powerful strength, if she really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be able to resist, Yu Xiong comforted. Shanqing Luo suddenly became a little worried, grit her teeth, and rushed towards Chiyu's palace. In the bedroom, Chiyu and Yang Kai's figures appeared. Looking around, Kai Yang found that the decorations here were very simple and crude. However, there was an air of nobility in its simplicity. This should be Chiyu's residence. He speculated in his heart. After bringing Yang Kai here, Chiyu stared straight at him. Her phoenix eyes narrowed, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai remained calm. She stared back at her fearlessly. After a while, Chi Yu gently nodded. It was hard to tell whether she was praising him or mocking him. Your courage is indeed not small. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second human who dares to look me in the eye. Do you think this consort won't do anything to you? I don't think so, Yang Kai chuckled. Senior doesn't look like someone who would bully the weak. If you really think so, then you're seriously underestimating the value of the divine dragon source in your body. Chi Yu took a deep breath and said solemnly, to tell you the truth, I am very interested in the divine dragon source in your body and have thought about killing you to seize it. With it, this consort may be able to peer into the heavenly way and break through to the third order origin king realm. Do you know this is this consort's long-cherished wish? Even this consort cannot resist such a temptation. Yang Kai still showed no signs of fear and gently nodded. Since Senior says so, it means you don't want to kill me now. And may I know why? You're quite smart. Chi Yu coldly snorted, turned around, and sat down in her chair, not intending to hide anything as she said, there are 3 reasons. First, this consort cannot guarantee that I will be able to take the divine dragon source after killing you. Since it chose you, it means it acknowledges you. This consort is not confident it will acknowledge me. Second, even if it acknowledges me, I may not have a chance to break through to the third order origin king realm. Yang Kai nodded gently. What about the third reason? You are the man Qing Luo has taken a fancy to. If this consort really kills you, she will lose Qing Luo. The gains do not make up for the losses. Her future potential is much greater than this consort's. Junior admires Senior's straightforwardness. Yang Kai grinned. Stop flattering me. This consort doesn't buy it, Chi Yu said with a serious expression. Chi Yu's expression was solemn. Although I don't want to kill you, do you know how much trouble you've caused this time? Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Senior is referring to Shuelian? What kind of trouble is he? Chi Yu coldly snorted. The trouble this consort is referring to is the other tribal lords on Monster Star. Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Chi Yu said so. You underestimate the appeal of the divine dragon source to people like us. If a human origin king were to learn that you have the divine dragon source in your body, they may only be shocked and amazed and try to strangle you before you grow, but it is different for our monster race. The divine dragon is a supreme emperor, an existence worshipped by hundreds of millions of our monster race. Tell me, who wouldn't want such a thing? Chi Yu's expression became solemn. Once this news leaks out, the other 9 tribal lords on Monster Star will definitely come to Chi Yu territory to find you. When that time comes, do you think this consort should protect you or not? Even if this consort is strong, 2 fists are no match for 4. Do you know how much trouble you've brought to this consort? Yang Kai was surprised. Junior had not thought about this. But Senior, isn't this Junior's fault alone? Doesn't Senior also bear some responsibility? He had been fighting with Shuelian for so long, so Yang Kai did not believe Chi Yu had not noticed. Since she had not stopped him even after noticing, it was obvious she had acquiesced. Perhaps she had allowed this battle to continue. Chi Yu glared at Yang Kai fiercely, naturally not admitting to this. In short, this queen has nothing to do with you. This queen is not related to you in any way. This queen will not intervene in your troubles, Chi Yu snorted, almost wanting to sweep Yang Kai out the door. Heh, this junior didn't ask Senior to protect him. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. If they want the divine dragon source in my body, they'll need to have the ability to do so. Chi Yu frowned as she stared at him blankly, seemingly unable to recover from her shock. After a long time, she sneered, How arrogant are you? You don't even put the tribal lords of my monster race in your eyes. This consort knows that humans have always been arrogant, but none like you. Only those with ability can be arrogant. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. To put it bluntly, even if Senior wants to kill this junior, she may not be able to succeed. Chi Yu narrowed her phoenix eyes and said in a cold tone, You're provoking this consort. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Junior didn't mean that. He was just telling the truth. Chi Yu stared at him seriously, as if she wanted to see if he was trying to trick her. But Yang Kai's expression was completely serious, without the slightest trace of guilt. This discovery surprised her greatly, and she couldn't help wondering where Yang Kai's confidence was coming from. She was a second-order origin king while he was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, an entire great realm gap. Even if he performed well in his battle with Shuelian, Chi was confident she could kill him with a single blow. After living for so many years, she had never seen a boy as domineering and arrogant as Yang Kai. However, it was undeniable that although such a boy was a bit arrogant, he did have his own unique charm. No wonder Qing Luo had fallen for him and was unable to extricate herself. You still have a trump card you haven't used yet. Chi Yu's pretty face finally showed a trace of surprise. She thought that Yang Kai had gone all out in his battle with Shuelian, but now hearing him speak such nonsense, she suddenly realized that Yang Kai was still holding back. Shuelian's actions were not in vain. Such a human had already suppressed all the rising stars of the monster race. Mitian and Shuelian were nothing more than mediocrity in front of him, yes. Yang Kai readily admitted. Chiyu let out a sigh of relief as she stared at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster. After a while, she waved her hand dispiritedly. Forget it. At this point, it's useless to pursue such matters. You can now be considered half a member of my monster race, and as your senior, this consort will naturally not embarrass you too much. This consort will no longer interfere with the matters between you and Qing Luo. You just let nature take its course. How am I half a monster race? Yang Kai shouted with a blank look on his face. Qi Yu's evaluation of him made him very unhappy. He was clearly a genuine human being from head to toe. Do you think I'm insulting you? Qi Yu stared at Yang Kai coldly. This is an opportunity that others can't even dream of. Boy, you'd best show a satisfied expression. An opportunity. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he pondered for a moment before asking, Senior is referring to the so-called divine dragon source? Indeed. Your current situation is somewhat similar to Qing Luo's. As a human, you have inherited the source of a powerful monster race, so you can be considered half a monster race. Qi Yu nodded. About the divine dragon source, can Senior explain it to this junior? Yang Kai asked. What do you want to know? Qi Yu asked. Everything Junior wants to know. Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu with a smile. Qi Yu's brow furrowed, but she didn't show any signs of anger, instead patiently explaining, You should have heard of the term ancient divine spirit. In ancient times, some of the powerful creatures that were born with the formation of the heavens and earth were ancient divine spirits. They were the predecessors of my monster race and were the most powerful existences. Our demon race has tens of thousands of clans, all of which evolved from the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit. However, some clans inherited a thin portion of the bloodline, so they are relatively weak. Some clans inherited a rich portion of the bloodline, so they appear strong. The one you fought with, Shuelian, possesses the blood flood dragon bloodline, which means he inherited from the dragon race, and the bloodline he inherited is not thin. That's why when the divine dragon source in your body appeared, he was instantly suppressed. That's why the divine dragon source was so interested in his monster core, because if it swallowed Shuelian's monster core, it would be able to enhance its strength and strengthen itself. Yang Kai listened carefully, nodding from time to time. These were the words of the monster race's Red Moon tribal lord, so they were undoubtedly very authoritative. Chapter 1586. However, although you have the power of the divine dragon source, you don't seem to know how to use it, wasting such a great opportunity. Qi Yu looked at Yang Kai mockingly. That's why Shuelian was able to take back his monster core so easily. If not for that, he wouldn't even be alive right now. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. This so-called divine dragon source was something he obtained from the Heaven's Cave inheritance with Su Yin when he was still in High Heaven Pavilion. Many years later, Yang Kai learned that this was the inheritance left behind by the two founders of Tongxian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. But over the years, Yang Kai had never used it for anything. Only when he was dual cultivating with Su Yin did the golden dragon tattoo on his body become active. Qi Yu saying that he had wasted such a great opportunity was not wrong. Without even mentioning that, each of the divine spirits from ancient times had a divine technique that could split the heavens and earth, each of them being the rulers of the monster race, with the dragon and phoenix being the most powerful. However, for some unknown reason, these ancient holy spirits all disappeared at a certain time. There are rumors that a great battle broke out between them, and 90% of the ancient holy spirits have fallen. There are also rumors that they have gone into hiding. As for the real situation, no one knows. After the disappearance of the ancient divine spirits, other powerful demon clans took over the dominant position. These demon clans are all known as the Ancient Mutants, or the Savage Mutants. Blood Flood Dragon, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Nine Nether Cheong Chi, they all belong to this category. Although the Savage Xenogeneics only appeared after the Holy Spirits, some of the powerful Savage Xenogeneics were not inferior to the Holy Spirits, and some were even stronger. Moreover, some of these Savage variants still exist today. Of course, these are bloodlines that have been passed down from generation to generation, not really from ancient times. Shuelian's bloodline and Qing Luo's source both belong to Savage variants, right? Yang Kai asked modestly. Qiyu nodded. That's why this queen said that Qing Luo's future achievements will be brighter than mine. What she has is a complete source, unlike this queen who only inherited a faint bloodline. We can be considered family. You can also say that we are family. You should understand what kind of position Qing Luo holds in this queen's heart. Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Let's talk about the divine spirits. Qiyu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. As this queen said just now, among the divine spirits, dragons and phoenixes, dragons and dragon race. The golden divine dragon was revered again. What you inherited is the golden divine dragon source. Golden divine dragon. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai, you young even among the divine spirits to begin to be divine spirits now. You to the king to the heavens, to the monster king spirit? Yang Kai gently nodded and suddenly smiled. Senior being able to resist this kind of temptation is truly worthy of this junior's admiration. Queen to you yang to tease to me, s. To yang soul to spirit of to s to yangs to tb s to you. This king haha. Yang Kai chuckled dryly. However, this queen is also very curious as to how much of the divine dragon source you have inherited. Qiyu looked at Yang Kai with interest, carefully sweeping him with her divine sense, but still wearing a look of suspicion. I don't know. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Oh, that's strange. Qiyu suddenly seemed to discover something, and the look on her pretty face became even more curious. How come? There seem to be two divine spirits in your body. One is the divine dragon force from before, and the other. Senior is talking about this? Yang Kai frowned and pulled out the verdant dragon bone sword without hesitation, pouring his Saint Chi into it. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a giant green dragon immediately hovered above Yang Kai's head, looking down at Qiyu condescendingly. Qiyu's phoenix eyes narrowed as she cried out involuntarily, "Impossible! You still have this." With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this was an artifact refined from a piece of dragon bone that seemed to have been mixed with a dragon bead. What's more, the faint dragon soul had not yet been extinguished. Qiyu was shocked to the extreme, her eyes turning red as she envied the opportunity Yang Kai had. He was obviously just a human, so why did he possess an opportunity that made all the monster race envious? Is this your trump card? Qiyu gasped for breath as she felt the dragon pressure rushing towards her, causing the faint heavenly moon demon spider bloodline in her body to stir again. After a long time, she calmed her excitement and said with a complicated expression, "If this is your only trump card, then this queen must advise you not to take yourself too seriously. With the power of this artifact, it may make you invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm, but an Origin King is not something an Origin returning realm cultivator can resist." Yang Kai just smiled and did not comment. This boy still had a trump card. Qiyu was really shocked. What kind of freak was this? Yang Kai looked at Qiyu faintly. He knew that what Qiyu had sensed just now was not the dragon bone sword, but the Ice Phoenix Remnant Soul. However, the Ice Phoenix Remnant Soul did not belong to him and was only temporarily attached to him. It belonged to Su Yin. Yang Kai would rather expose the dragon bone sword than let Qiyu discover the existence of the ice phoenix. If Qiyu knew this, it was hard to imagine how she would feel. Forget it, put it away. If you continue to act like this queen is afraid she won't be able to resist taking action against you, Qiyu said seriously. Yang Kai nodded and put the dragon bone sword back into his body. Qiyu sat there, her mood still fluctuating, not speaking for a long time. Yang Kai did not want to rashly provoke her, so he could only stand in place and wait. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Qiyu raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai with a strange smile on her face as she asked unhurriedly, "Boy, do you want to dig out the divine dragon source in your body?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Does Senior have a way?" "Haha, do you think this queen has a way?" Qiyu smiled slyly. "Just now, this queen saw your battle with Shuelian from beginning to end. Not bad, your physique is indeed extraordinary, even better than Shuelian's. This queen does not know how you tempered your body, but it must have something to do with the five-colored light. However, if you can exert the effects of the golden divine dragon source, your physique will rise to a whole new level, perhaps even comparable to a real golden divine dragon." Yang Kai's eyes lit up even more. That's an immortal existence. Qiyu's words were full of temptation. Yang Kai's desire was instantly extinguished as he stared at Qiyu vigilantly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to beat around the bush." This junior admits he is very interested in what you have to say and is willing to pay a price to obtain it, but please tell this junior clearly what you want from me. If it is too difficult, then forget it. "Good," Qiyu shouted. "It's never tiring to talk to smart people. This queen does have something she needs your help with. You can choose to refuse or agree. Everything is voluntary. Please speak, Senior. Have you heard of the blood prison trial on Green Mountain Star?" "I have." Yang Kai's expression became strange. Naturally, he had heard of the blood prison trial. He had even left Qian Tong and the others on Green Mountain's Star to wait for the blood prison trial to open. Could the matter Qiyu was talking about be related to this? Although the blood prison trial was famous and had attracted all the Third Order Origin returning realm masters from the entire star territory to participate, the masters on Monster Star were all from the monster race, so it was impossible for them to blatantly travel to Green Mountain Star. If they really did so, there would be no good consequences. Just as the monster race on Monster Star did not like humans, humans did not like monster race. "Since you've heard of it, it's easy to explain." Qiyu smiled with satisfaction. "This queen needs you to go to Green Mountain Star, enter the blood prison, and find something for this queen." "Find what?" "An origin essence crystal," Qiyu shouted. "What's that?" Yang Kai frowned. "An origin essence crystal that only a Third Order Origin King can condense. You can think of it as the crystallization of that master's essence, chi, and soul. After such a master dies, their origin essence crystal will be left behind. Of course, what I want you to find is an origin essence crystal left behind by a top master for my monster star. Its true form is actually a monster core." "A monster core?" You should have heard of the origin of the blood prison trial. It was a chaotic battle between a dozen or so Origin King realm masters. Almost all of them were wiped out, and the battlefield was filled with the power of the Origin King realm masters' territory, which is why so many Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator were attracted to it. A powerful tribal lord of my monster race participated in that battle, but unfortunately, he fell in the blood prison. I want you to take out his origin essence crystal. "You want me to take it out?" Yang Kai frowned. "By the way, Mi Tian and Shuelian coming to the palace at this time. Are they going to participate in the blood prison trial?" He suddenly realized this. Counting the days, the blood prison trial was not far away. It just so happened that the young lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord and the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord had come to Qiyu's palace together. Qiyu mentioning the blood prison trial at this juncture made Yang Kai think there was some kind of connection between the two. Yes, they will participate, which is why they came to this queen's palace. Because only this queen can safely enter the blood prison. In addition, not only them, but Qing Luo, Yu Xiong, and Ba He will also participate. as well as 2 monster race rising stars you have never seen before. They will soon arrive. Since so many people are going to participate, why do you want me to take it? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Chi Yu and sneered, "Isn't it dangerous? Participating in the blood prison trial is a very dangerous act in itself. Haven't you heard that more than half of the masters who enter the blood prison will die? As for taking the origin essence crystal, there is definitely danger. But since you are so arrogant, are you afraid of such trivial danger? Junior only has one life, so naturally he must cherish it. Please answer my question, Senior." Yang Kai looked at Chi Yu stubbornly. Chapter 1587. This smelly brat really isn't easy to deal with, Chi Yu cursed in her heart. However, she did not expect Yang Kai to agree so easily. With his shrewdness, how could he not inquire about these things clearly? Good, Chi Yu sighed. The reason why I want you to obtain it is because only you can do it. Although the top master of my monster race has fallen, its origin essence crystal is not easy to obtain. Any attempt to lay a finger on it will cause it to resist and most likely self-destruct, leaving nothing behind. Does it have sentience? Yang Kai was stunned. No, it just has a trace of the remnant soul of that monster race master attached to it. Chi Yu slowly shook her head. I need it to comprehend the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King realm, and only you can use the power of the Golden Divine Dragon to suppress it for a moment before capturing it. Do you understand? I understand. Yang Kai nodded, but Junior still doesn't quite understand. Since Senior wants it so badly, why don't you do it yourself? With your means, isn't it easy to suppress it? What kind of joke is that? Chi Yu shouted angrily. Don't you know that Green Mountain Star has a Star Master? Secretly sending a few monster race juniors into the blood prison is one thing, but if this queen had gone to Green Mountain Star personally, how could he have given up? Fighting with him on his own turf, this queen isn't stupid enough to do that. Ah, Green Mountain Star actually has a Star Master? Yang Kai was surprised. Wasn't there no Third Order Origin King on Green Mountain Star? Who knows where that guy got his luck from? With just a Second Order Origin King, he dared to refine the source of a star. The most infuriating thing is that he actually succeeded. Chi Yu's pretty face twisted as she seemed to recognize this Star Master. Yang Kai gently nodded. If this was the case, then everything made sense. Green Mountain Star had a Star Master presiding over it, so Chi Yu did not dare to go there easily. Both of them were Second-Order Origin Kings, so if they fought elsewhere, they might be evenly matched, but on Green Mountain Star, Chi Yu would definitely not be the Star Master's opponent. As for the Monster Race Master's Monster Core, it could also be called an Origin Essence Crystal, but it was extremely sensitive. Any attempt to touch it would lead to unpredictable consequences, but the Golden Holy Dragon's Draconic might had a suppressive effect on it, just like how he had suppressed Shuelian before. This is this consort's suggestion. Whether you agree or not, you can carefully consider it for a few days. In any case, there was still some time before the blood prison trial began. I can wait. Chi Yu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It was as if he was sure that he would win. There's nothing to consider. I agree. To Chi Yu's surprise, Yang Kai readily agreed. But I have a condition. Yang Kai grinned. What? First, tell me the method to excavate the source power of the sacred dragon. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Red Moon was so angry that she laughed. That's the reward you get after you succeed. Why would I hand it over to you now? Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Senior, you're wrong to think that way. According to what Senior said before, whether I can succeed or not depends on the suppression of the Golden Holy Dragon. This junior knows nothing about the Golden Holy Dragon's source power and doesn't know how to use it. What if something happens and the Origin Essence Crystal explodes? Presumably, Senior doesn't want to see such a result, right? Chi Yu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. It was undeniable that even if she understood that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense, what he said was exactly what she was worried about. So, to be on the safe side, I think Senior should teach me the method first. Senior can rest assured that since this junior has agreed to this matter, he will not go back on his word and will do his best to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal for you. This queen would be a fool to believe you. Chi Yu coldly snorted in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, Chiyu suddenly laughed softly. It's not impossible to give it to you first. This queen can even teach you personally and pass on some of her insights. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brow. Senior's good intentions, this junior will accept. However, this queen will only teach you half of it. The other half will be taught to you after you succeed. That's fine. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but after saying so, he seemed to think of something and added, Senior, you can teach me half of this secret art first and give the other half to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. In any case, he is going to Green Mountain Star, so when this junior obtains the Origin Essence Crystal, he can exchange it with Yu Xiong. Chiyu frowned slightly as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Haha, such a good secret art. Junior can't wait to obtain it as soon as possible. Yang Kai showed a harmless smile. Chiyu stared at him for a long time before gently nodding. Good. But this queen will remind you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame this queen for not taking Qing Luo's feelings into consideration. Naturally, I am a man of integrity. Yang Kai patted his chest and promised. Now that they had reached an agreement, Chiyu immediately took Yang Kai to a secluded room and taught him half of the secret art for unearthing the source of the Golden Divine Dragon, the monster transformation secret art. In order to ensure Yang Kai's success rate in obtaining the Origin Essence Crystal, Chiyu did not hide anything and taught him everything she knew. This monster transformation secret art was specifically designed to unearth the source strength hidden in one's bloodline, especially those at the Divine Spirit grade. Its effects were remarkable. Since Yang Kai obtained the Golden Divine Dragon tattoo, he had not been able to develop its potential, but now with Chiyu, he finally understood the terrifying and bright prospects of the Golden Divine Dragon. His cultivation had not increased, but if he used the source strength of the Golden Divine Dragon, Yang Kai's combat power could be significantly improved. Time flew by and half a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of Chiyu's palace with a look of excitement on his face, as if he hadn't had enough. By now, he had realized the value of the source strength in his body, but unfortunately, Chiyu had only taught him half of the secret art and had not allowed him to fully study it, a regrettable outcome. What the hell is this little brat doing? Inside her palace, Chiyu was puzzled. Although Yang Kai asking her to give the second half of the secret art to Yu Xiong made her vigilant, she still could not figure out what Yang Kai was planning. Was he not going to return to Monster Star? Otherwise, why would he make such a proposal? But as long as his little senior sister stayed in the palace, where could he run off to? Looking at him, he did not seem like someone who would disregard the safety of his senior sister. If that were the case, Qing Luo would definitely feel disgusted with him and they would part on bad terms. This was the result Chiyu hoped to see. After thinking about it for a while, Chiyu still could not figure it out and could only wait and see. As long as Xianing Chong was still in her hands, she was not afraid of Yang Kai stirring up any waves. Inside Xianing Cheng's loft, Shanqing Luo and her were waiting anxiously. It had been half a month since Yang Kai had a conflict with Shuelian and Yang Kai was taken away by Chiyu, but Yang Kai still had not returned, which naturally made the two women extremely worried. Shanqing Luo had also gone to Chiyu's palace many times to ask for an audience, but she had never received a reply. Ning Chong, don't worry, adoptive mother won't do anything to him. Shanqing Luo herself was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but she still comforted Xianing Chong. Elder sister Qing Luo, can you be sure that Red Moon Tribal Lord won't do anything to junior brother? Xianing Chong looked at her eagerly, as if she had placed all her hopes on her. Shanqing Luo felt like she was under a mountain of pressure. Although she didn't dare guarantee anything in her heart, she still quickly nodded and made a promise. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps came from outside. The two women released their divine senses at the same time, and in the next moment, their faces filled with joy as they hurriedly stood up. A moment later, Yang Kai stepped in from outside, completely unscathed and seemingly in good spirits. Were you waiting for me? Yang Kai glanced at the two women before walking over to the table and pouring himself a glass of water before taking a sip. Are you okay? Shanqing Luo asked nervously. Me? I'm fine. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't worry. Senior Chiyu didn't do anything to me. She just made a deal with me. A deal? Shanqing Luo's brow furrowed. What kind of deal? I can't tell you the details, but I want to go with you to Green Mountain Star. You're going to Green Mountain Star too? You're going to participate in the blood prison trial? Shanqing Luo covered her mouth. Yes, but you're only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Only third-order cultivators are going there. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai chuckled. No one says that second-order cultivators can't go. In any case, I already promised Senior Chiyu, so it's too late to back out now. That being said, but, no buts. Yang Kai shook his head, but I'm curious. Counting the days, the blood prison trial will open in about 1 or 2 months. If you don't leave now, will you be able to make it in time? Shanqing Luo smiled. There's no need to be in such a hurry. There is a cross-cultivation star space array in the palace that can send us directly to the blood prison, so we just need to wait for the blood prison to open. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There's a cross-cultivation star space array here? And Shanqing Luo nodded. It is said to be something left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. The blood prison trial is such a grand event that the monster race on Monster Star also wants to participate, but it's really inconvenient for us to rush to Green Mountain Star. So tens of thousands of years ago, the previous generation's Red Moon Tribal Lord organized a group of array masters and artifact refining grandmasters to construct a cross-cultivation star space array. Basically, every time the blood prison trial opens, Monster Star will secretly send a group of newcomers in. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder time is so tight and Senior Chi Yu doesn't seem to be in a hurry. It turns out there is such a thing. And why else do you think me Tion and the others gathered at the palace? They all want to go to the blood prison from here, Shanqing Luo explained with a smile. Chapter 1588. After hearing what Shanqing Luo said, Yang Kai understood why the monster race masters from other territories would rush to Red Moon Palace. It turned out they wanted to use the cross-cultivation star space array. By the way, Qing Luo, this blood prison trial shouldn't be easy. Take this thing with you. Although you don't have much time, try to refine it as much as possible. Perhaps it will provide you with some help. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, took it out of his space ring, and handed it to Shanqing Luo. This is... Shanqing Luo looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand suspiciously, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she called out, "An Origin King-grade artifact?" She instantly noticed the strong and restrained energy fluctuations coming from this thing. This kind of energy fluctuation could only be emitted by an Origin King-grade artifact. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's called the Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip. I think it should be very suitable for you. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a smile, not showing any sign of politeness to Yang Kai, instead taking the Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip from him and pouring her Saint Chi into it. The long whip immediately let out a humming sound, as if it was resonating with her Saint Chi. This seems to really suit me. Shanqing Luo showed a thoughtful look on her face. Its previous owner was a human, right? The remnant brand of life inside is somewhat incongruous with its original form. It seems that it needs to be circulated with monster chi in order to display its full power. Really? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't know about this. The Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip was originally Thunder Typhoon Sect's hallowed artifact. After Yang Kai killed Fong Pong in the Sealed World Bead, this Origin King-grade artifact became his trophy. Yang Kai hadn't studied it carefully, but he vaguely felt that this whip-shaped artifact matched Shanqing Luo's temperament well, so he had given it away. Just think about it. The enchanting and charming Shanqing Luo swinging her long whip, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and her clothes fluttering in the wind. It always made one's blood boil, and it made one feel like conquering. It's called the Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip. Shanqing Luo happily played with the long whip, seemingly unable to put it down. Not bad. Then it should be. This might have been a secret treasure owned by one of the Monster Clan's powerhouses. Eventually, it fell into the hands of humans. I can feel the aura of its original owner. Now that you mention it, it really does seem to be the case. Yang Kai frowned slightly. At that time, when I was fighting with the previous owner of this artifact, I felt that this artifact wasn't very powerful. If what you said is true, then its full power was not displayed. But now that it is in your hands, it shouldn't be a disgrace. I will not disappoint it, Yang Kai, thank you. Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes as a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. She had never owned an Origin King grade artifact before. Anyone who could own an artifact of this grade was a tribal lord of the monster race. She knew the value of this kind of artifact better than anyone else. But now, such an invaluable artifact had been gifted to her by Yang Kai without even batting an eye. She clearly felt the weight she held in Yang Kai's heart. Her heart leaped with joy. At this moment, she felt that her many years of waiting and guarding had turned into a sweet spring that nourished her heart, causing her heart to be filled with sweetness. Should I leave for a moment? Xianing Chang asked weakly. Shanqing Luo was stunned for a moment before giggling. She got up and walked over to Xianing Chang, stretched out her jade-white hand, lifted her little head, and immediately kissed Xianing Chang with her red lips. Elder sister Qing Luo, what are you doing? Oh. Before Xianing Chang could finish her words, Shanqing Luo covered her mouth. Separated by a veil, the tender lips of the two collided and Xianing Chang even felt something enter her mouth. Her eyes widened in an instant as she was at a loss. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. After a while, Shanqing Luo straightened up, stuck out the tip of her scarlet tongue, licked her lower lip, glanced at Yang Kai coquettishly, and then left arrogantly with a bell-like laughter. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang were left breathing heavily. Did Qing Luo give this gift to the wrong person? Yang Kai's eyes stared straight at the door, swallowing hard as he asked dryly. Before leaving, Shanqing Luo's coquettish eyes had almost stolen his soul. And Xianing Chang lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone again, her delicate earlobes red. Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly felt restless. Although Shanqing Luo's gift was definitely given to the wrong person, even separated by a veil, he didn't know why. It made his blood boil, as if it had aroused the deepest desires in his heart. Standing up, Yang Kai walked over to Xianing Chang and picked her up. Yang Kai felt Xianing Chang's tender body heat up. On Monster Star's side, 6 monster race rookies were originally scheduled to go to Green Mountain Star to participate in the Blood Prison trial. Red Moon territory monopolized 2, naturally Shanqing Luo and Yushtong. In addition to them, there was also Mi Tian and Shuelian from Thousand Eyes territory and Blood Flood Dragon territory, as well as 2 monster race masters, both third-order origin returning realm masters. However, now that Bahi had returned, he would naturally participate in this Blood Prison trial as well. Bahi had chosen this time to apologize to Chiyu and return to the palace because he wanted to take this opportunity to participate in the Blood Prison trial, hoping to break through his current shackles and reach a higher level. In addition to Yang Kai, Monster Star would send 8 people to Green Mountain Star. At that time, no one could guarantee how many of them would return alive. Every Blood Prison trial was extremely dangerous, and at least half of the masters would fall in it. The dangers in the Blood Prison didn't just come from the domain power that permeated the terrifying battlefield, but also from the competitors of different star forces. It could be said that the fall of most masters was related to the struggles between them. But no matter how dangerous it was, it still couldn't erase the enthusiasm and determination of these third-order origin returning realm masters to enter the Blood Prison. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was extremely difficult. Out of 100 third-order origin returning realm masters, only 2 or 3 could cultivate their sure to the grand accomplishment stage and be qualified to break through to the Origin King realm. Of these 2 or 3, not a single one could truly succeed. As such, Origin King realm masters were extremely rare in the entire territory of a star. Every cultivator who reached this realm could become a powerhouse in their own right. After entering the Blood Prison, not only could one comprehend the power of their territory from the battlefield left behind 10,000 years ago, but one could also find a special object, Territory Stone. The formation of Territory Stones had a great relationship with the fallen Origin Kings. The power of their territory erupted after their deaths was absorbed by some strange jade stones in the Blood Prison, and after countless years of accumulation, it formed a special object called Territory Stone. Territory stones contain the mysteries of their territory, allowing a cultivator to comprehend them at any time and place. Most third-order origin returning realm cultivator entered the blood prison trial in order to obtain territory stones. They did not expect to break through to the Origin King realm in the blood prison, but instead wanted to find some territory stones and carefully comprehend their mysteries in order to improve their martial Tao. This was the ultimate goal of most cultivator entering the blood prison and the root cause of all the fighting. If there were no territory stones, perhaps 90% of masters would be able to maintain their rationality and would not easily fight with others. After all, at this point, no one wanted to fall. However, it was precisely because of the existence of territory stones that the probability of falling in each blood prison trial was so terrifying. Shanqing Luo's understanding of the blood prison trial was undoubtedly much deeper than Yang Kai's. She was the one who told Yang Kai this information, so when he learned that there was a territory stone in the blood prison trial, his interest was immediately piqued. Although he was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator now, one day he would also become a third-order origin realm master and launch an assault on the supreme martial Tao. The territory stone would undoubtedly provide him with great help. Rubbing his hands together, Yang Kai waited for the blood prison trial to open. During this time, Xianing Chong was refining pills while Yang Kai was comprehending the half of the monster transformation secret art that Qi Yu had taught him, trying his best to develop the source of the divine spirit in his body. Everything was calm and peaceful. A month and a half later, Yang Kai was in the loft urging the source of the golden divine dragon in his body when suddenly his expression changed and he looked up. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up, opened the door, and saw Shanqing Luo standing outside. "Is it time?" Yang Kai asked. Shanqing Luo gently nodded. "Adoptive mother wants us to gather now." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." After saying so, he turned around and walked back into the loft. A moment later, he reappeared in front of Shanqing Luo and asked her to lead the way. Inside one of the palaces in the palace, a terrifying force had gathered. Not only were there the rising stars of the monster race gathered here, but there were also several origin kings. However, everyone was silent, as if they were quietly waiting for something. From time to time, Demon Clan experts would arrive and bow to the three lords above. Then, they would find a place to sit down and close their eyes to rest. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were the last to arrive, and as soon as they stepped into the palace, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he began circulating his Saint Qi involuntarily. Yang Kai was shocked to discover that there were 3 Origin King Realm Masters in this palace, and besides Qi Yu, there were 2 others he had never seen before. However, the sharp gazes of these 2 monster race masters made his scalp tingle. "Hey, Qi Yu, why is there a human here?" On the left, an old man with red hair asked as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That's right, Qi Yu, you never told us about this kind of thing. What is the meaning of this?" Another burly man with bronze skin on his right was also puzzled. Qi Yu chuckled and said lightly, "Why are the 2 of you making such a fuss? It's just a trivial human." Chapter 1589. The red-haired old man coldly snorted and said with a look of displeasure, "A trivial human is indeed no need to make such a fuss, but Qi Yu, you must be mistaken. This time, we are here to send our monster race's juniors to the blood prison. Could it be that he also came here to enter the blood prison?" "Yes," Qi Yu gently nodded. The red-haired old man's face sank as a look of anger appeared on his face. The burly man also wore a cold expression as he asked, "Why haven't Brother Kwang Shi and I heard about this?" "It's just a small matter. This queen didn't think it was important, so she didn't tell you too," Qi Yu said indifferently. "This little guy and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances. This time, he is only going to Green Mountain Star through this queen's space array. You 2 don't need to worry about it." The burly man frowned as he stared deeply at Qi Yu, asking in a low voice, "Qi Yu, what the hell are you doing? What could this queen do? Can't you 2 see that he is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? This little brat seems to be overestimating himself. Just because he and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances, he thinks he's a toad eating swan meat. This queen and he have already agreed that if he can safely escape from the blood prison, this queen will allow him to pursue Qing Luo. Since he wants to die, this queen will not stop him. Are you 2 satisfied with this explanation?" The red-haired old man and the burly man glanced at each other. Although neither of them dared to believe Chiyu's words, neither of them wanted to get to the bottom of it. The space array leading to the blood prison was created by the previous generation's Red Moon tribal lord tens of thousands of years ago and belonged to Red Moon territory. For her to open it up and allow the juniors of other territories to pass through was already a great kindness. Chiyu had complete control over this space array in the first place. If they continued to pester her, the gains would not be worth the losses. If Chiyu became angry and refused to allow the juniors of other territories to enter the blood prison trial next time, the juniors of other territories would have no chance to enter. This little brat is quite arrogant. The red-haired old man looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, daring to boast so shamelessly. Since he wants to die, this old master naturally has no objections. But Chiyu, if this kind of thing happens again, please inform this old master in advance. And the burly man nodded in agreement. Chiyu smiled and said, I was a little rash this time. I promise that there won't be a next time. Hearing her say this, the red-haired old man and the burly man didn't say anything else. They could only close one eye and pretend that they didn't see anything. Qing Luo, come and greet Senior Mad Lion and Senior Nu Xie. These two are famous figures on Monster Star. Chiyu beckoned to Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo responded and quickly went forward to pay her respects. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he immediately understood that these two Origin Kings should be Wild Lion Tribal Lord and Fierce Crab Tribal Lord, but he didn't know why they would appear here. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, a resentful gaze suddenly appeared from the side. Turning his head, he saw Shuelian looking towards him. Yang Kai grinned, causing Shuelian's face to twitch, seemingly recalling the unpleasant scenes he had fought with Yang Kai a few days ago. In that battle, his pride had been completely crushed. Yang Kai, come here. Bahi called out enthusiastically. Yang Kai nodded gently, walked over to the chair next to him, and sat down. A few days ago, Bahi had gone to the loft to ask his little senior sister to perform alchemy, and the results were naturally pleasing to him. The herbs he had worked so hard to find were not wasted and were successfully refined by Xianing Chong. As such, he was very grateful to Xianing Chong and was very close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, you have to be careful on this trip to the blood prison. Everyone there should be a minor realm higher than you. So don't be too arrogant, Bahi whispered. Junior has always been very low-key, Yang Kai chuckled. Bahi couldn't help rolling his eyes. By the way, Senior, who are those two? Yang Kai turned his eyes to the two monster race newcomers he had never met before and asked. Bahi naturally wouldn't conceal anything and immediately introduced them to Yang Kai in a low voice. One of the two was a well-developed woman called Xue Sunday. She came from the Furious Crab territory and seemed to be a capable subordinate of the Furious Crab Overlord. The other was a sunny young man called Lai Feng. He came from the Wild Lion territory and was also a capable subordinate of the Wild Lion Overlord. Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and Wild Lion Tribal Lord didn't have any decent heirs, so they could only send their best subordinates to participate in the blood prison trial. Whether it was Xue Sun or Lai Feng, both were famous in their respective territories. Yang Kai gently nodded, remembering them in his mind. These two monster race masters also seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai and would occasionally glance at him. When their eyes met, Lai Feng would even show an amiable smile to Yang Kai. This guy shouldn't be difficult to get along with. Yang Kai thought to himself. The hall was completely silent as time slowly passed by. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed as they waited quietly. Yang Kai's divine sense continued to scan the ultra-long distance space array in the hall, prying into its mysteries. He suddenly discovered that the layout of this array was somewhat similar to the altar that connected Monster Star and Spider Mother's nest, but he couldn't figure out what kind of connection there was. A day later, Chiyu and the other tribal lord-level masters suddenly opened their eyes at the same time, a brilliant light flashing across their eyes. It's begun! Wild Lion Tribal Lord shouted. The 8 Origin returning realm masters who were waiting to depart also wore shocked expressions and stood up together. The 3 monster race tribal lords didn't move at all, but all of them suddenly arrived at the edge of the ultra-long distance space array and stood in a triangular formation with solemn expressions on their faces. Do it! Chiyu shouted in a tender voice, her hands suddenly forming a series of profound and complicated seals. The same was true for Nuxia and Guangshi. As these seals emerged, the three powerful tribal, Lord-level monster race masters gradually released terrifying energy fluctuations. The origin returning realm cultivators in the hall stared at all of this in a daze, secretly wondering when they would be able to display such power with just a wave of their hands. Chiyu, Nuxia, and Guangshi's Saint Qi surged as they madly poured it into the space array, seemingly doing their best. The array buzzed and the Saint crystals that had been inlaid long ago bloomed with light, illuminating the entire hall in an instant, making it as bright as day. Everyone, Green Mountain Star is very far away from Monster Star. Although this ultra-long-distance space array can guarantee that you will be sent to the blood prison, it cannot guarantee where you will be sent, so you must be careful. Chiyu's voice sounded. Those who can enter the blood prison are all masters with extraordinary strength. Inside, avoid conflict as much as possible and focus on comprehending the mysteries of your territory while searching for territory stones. This queen hopes that all of you will go together and return together. Did you hear that clearly? Guangshi couldn't help roaring when he saw the lack of reaction from everyone. Understood. The monster race rookies shook their spirits and replied in unison. Guangshi showed a satisfied look. This king doesn't have much to say to you. Nuxia chuckled and said concisely, come back alive, and in the future, there will be a place for you on Monster Star. We will follow the teachings of three seniors. Right at this moment, the entire palace seemed to tremble. A terrifying fluctuation that seemed capable of destroying the world emanated from the superstar teleportation formation, and then a pure white pillar of light shot into the sky and into the clouds. Even from 10 million kilometers away, everyone could clearly see this white beam of light. The trembling gradually subsided, and the white beam of light gradually disappeared. Finally, above the ultra-long-distance space array, an oval-shaped energy gate appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Let's go. Chiyu's expression became solemn as she shouted. Bahi took the lead and nodded lightly to Chiyu before rushing into the oval-shaped energy gate without looking back, disappearing in an instant. One figure after another followed closely behind Bahi, rushing in one after another. Yangkai was too lazy to compete with others and simply followed behind. When he stepped into the ultra-long-distance space array and was about to disappear, he suddenly grinned at Chiyu and waved, Senior Chiyu, we will meet again if fate wills it. Chiyu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. But before she could ask anything, Yangkai had already disappeared. This human brat is really arrogant. Guangshi coldly snorted. Close this array first, Nuxia hurriedly said, lest we cause too much of a commotion and that guy from Green Mountain Star notices. Chiyu didn't respond, her expression fluctuating as if she had realized something. Releasing her divine sense like a tidal wave, she probed towards the loft where Xianing Chong had been. In the next moment, Chiyu's pretty face twisted as she ground her teeth and muttered, Little bastard, you actually dare play such a trick on this queen? When she noticed that Xianing Chong was not in the palace, Chiyu immediately understood what Yangkai was planning. He had no intention of returning to Monster Star at all, nor did he need to return to Monster Star. Chiyu had thought that by controlling Master Xia, she could play with this human brat at will, but she hadn't expected the other party to be one step ahead of her. However, Chiyu couldn't figure out how Yangkai had made Xianing Chong suddenly disappear, or where he had hidden her. When she had investigated before, that woman surnamed Xia was still in the loft, so why had she suddenly disappeared? Chiyu, what are you doing? Nuxia and Guangshi both looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly became so angry. Nothing. Chiyu shook her head and took a deep breath, closed the array first. Being schemed against by a mere second-order origin returning realm human brat, how could Chiyu say such a thing? If she really did say it out loud, she would definitely be laughed at by Nuxia and Guangshi. She would never do such a shameful thing. This little brat's methods are quite good. No wonder he asked me to hand over the half of the monster transformation secret art to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. It turns out he already had a plan. What about Qing Luo? Would she also leave with him? Thinking so, Chiyu's mind became chaotic and her expression became extremely ugly. Being schemed against by Yang Kai was one thing, and if he had really obtained the origin essence crystal and reached a deal with Yu Xiong, she wouldn't have suffered a loss. But if he had taken Qing Luo away with just a few words, where would she find her in this vast star territory? If such a thing really happens, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, this queen will take your head. Qiyu secretly swore to herself. Chapter 1590. A feeling of dizziness assaulted Yang Kai from all directions, as if space itself had collapsed. This was the sign of a space transmission. For Yang Kai, short-distance teleportation didn't affect him in the slightest, but this kind of ultra-long distance teleportation from one star to another was still somewhat taxing on him. Fortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he only needed to circulate his Saint Qi slightly to dispel these negative effects. In a flash, Yang Kai found himself in a strange land. Before he had time to look around, though, he noticed the aura of a life not far away. Turning his head vigilantly, Yang Kai found that this person was actually Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory, only 1,000 meters or so away from him. The other party had arrived one step ahead of him, but from the look on his face, it was clear he had not yet recovered from the transmission. Lai Feng did not have the Tao of space like Yang Kai did, so he naturally could not recover from the negative effects of this transmission as quickly as Yang Kai did. But he was still a rising star of the monster race, and his strength had already reached the third-order origin returning realm. After about 3 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes, and just like Yang Kai, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings while secretly circulating his Saint Qi, preparing to deal with any possible crisis. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai, who was 1,000 meters away. Oh! Lai Feng showed a look of surprise as he stood in place and thought for a moment before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Yang Kai, asking with a smile, "I heard your name is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded lightly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. "I also heard that you taught Shuelian a lesson?" Lai Feng seemed to be very interested in him. Yang Kai did not answer. Lai Feng shrugged his shoulders. "I heard about it from Yu Xiong. It's a pity I couldn't get to Red Moon territory earlier. Otherwise, I would have been able to watch the fun. Hehe, I won't lie to you. I don't like that Shuelian guy, but it's quite surprising you were able to teach him a lesson. The human race really can't be underestimated. I think I can invite you." "Why did you invite me?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The other party acted like they were close friends, and his attitude was also quite amiable, so Yang Kai didn't feel any ill will towards him. "I'm inviting you to join me." Lai Feng smiled. "Brother Yang, you also know that this is Green Mountain Star. My monster race cultivator has come here, so he definitely won't be treated well." Looking around, it seems that there are only me and Brother Yang here, so if we can join forces, our safety will be greatly improved. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Yang Kai shook his head and refused. "Why?" Lai Feng frowned. "Because I'm a human. I won't be treated differently here." Yang Kai pointed at himself and then at Lai Feng. "You're from the Yao clan. Do you think someone who hates the Yao clan would attack me as well if they saw me with you? I don't want to look for trouble." Lai Feng scratched his head in surprise and said, "What you said is reasonable. Since Brother Yang says so, then forget it." This Lai Feng didn't consider it thoroughly. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then I wish Brother Yang good luck. This one will take his leave first." Lai Feng didn't seem to be annoyed by Yang Kai's rejection of his invitation and simply chuckled before picking a random direction and hurrying off. He was very straightforward. After he left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed his surroundings. After a while, his expression changed and he quickly took back his divine sense. The information provided by Qing Luo was not wrong. In the blood prison, it was not suitable to release one's divine sense casually to investigate anything. Although there were no restrictions on divine sense here, in this special ancient battlefield, there were countless territory vortexes. These territory vortexes were left behind by the battles between Origin King realm masters tens of thousands of years ago. Some had already dissipated, while others had transformed over the course of time, becoming even more terrifying. These territory vortexes were strong enough to swallow anything, including divine sense. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss just now, and if he had not taken back his divine sense in time, he would have been seriously injured in an instant. Even so, At this moment, he felt a tingling pain in his head, as if it was being pricked by a needle. This was a sign that his soul had been damaged, but with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, Yang Kai didn't care too much about this damage. It seems that we've really arrived at the blood prison. Yang Kai looked around and muttered to himself. Only in the blood prison could such strange territory vortexes exist. The previous generation's tribal lord Shi was truly a genius, being able to create a cross-cultivation star space array that connected the blood prison and monster star. Unfortunately, because the distance was too great, it was impossible to accurately pinpoint his location, so Yang Kai only found Lai Feng nearby. The other monster race rookies had all been teleported somewhere else. Yang Kai was quite confident in Shanqing Luo's strength. In any case, she had inherited the source of the heavenly moon demon spider, so an ordinary cultivator in the same realm was not her opponent. In addition, he had given her the Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip, which could greatly improve her combat power. The only troublesome thing was her bewitching appearance, which may be the main reason for her troubles. Few men could resist her bewitching appearance. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Qing Luo had her own path to walk, and Yang Kai felt that he could not always take care of her. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still alive and well, so he believed that she would be able to move forward smoothly in the future. Choosing a direction at random, Yang Kai slowly flew forward. He did not dare to move too quickly. He had only heard about the strangeness of the blood prison and had never personally experienced it, but this place was the burial ground of a third-order origin returning realm master. There was no doubt about it. Yang Kai was invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm, but when facing an Origin King's territory, he had to be careful. He did not want to die before he had even begun his journey. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter too many setbacks. Instead, there were a few remaining territory vortexes in the blood prison that Yang Kai studied with great interest. Unfortunately, these territory vortexes were not too strong, and the mysteries they contained were vague. Yang Kai tried to probe them with his divine sense, but after studying them for a long time, he did not gain much and could only give up. However, Yang Kai did not lower his guard because of this. He knew that there were countless murderous intents hidden here, so he could not underestimate the blood prison just because of a few weak territory vortexes. Along the way, Yang Kai also felt several life auras and even saw a third-order origin returning realm cultivator pass by a few thousand meters away. Fortunately, the blood prison had just opened, so no one was willing to take the initiative to provoke him. Everyone still maintained a rational state of mind and avoided conflict as much as possible, so when Yang Kai felt a few auras, he took the initiative to avoid them. A day later, Yang Kai stood in an open space with a dignified expression, staring straight ahead at a certain spot 1,000 meters away. There, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was bathed in blood, the Saint Chi pulsing from his body, flickering as if he was in a very difficult situation. Around his body was a defensive artifact that looked like a water curtain. He was constantly releasing his Shur and performing various secret techniques in an attempt to escape from this place. However, none of his attempts had much effect. The space around him seemed to be calm, but it was as if it had frozen solid, imprisoning the middle-aged man. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. In the void, streams of light constantly shuttled back and forth, like sharp swords, cut through the defensive artifact around the middle-aged man's body, wearing down its power. This man had accidentally rushed into a territory vortex. What's more, this was a very powerful territory vortex that could easily imprison a third-order origin returning realm master. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely panicked as he felt the call of death, pushing his Saint Chi harder and harder. Suddenly, he saw Yang Kai staring at him from not far away and couldn't help his eyes lighting up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, shouting loudly, "Friend, please help me. This one was accidentally caught in this territory vortex and can't escape. Please help me, friend." Yang Kai frowned but didn't respond. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this middle-aged man, the vortex in his territory made him unable to extricate himself. For a stranger, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't put himself in danger. Yang Kai had only stayed here to comprehend the mysteries of the vortex in his territory. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond, the middle-aged man couldn't help becoming anxious, thinking that the other party was cold-blooded and ruthless and wouldn't help him. So he quickly shouted, "Friend, this one is Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect Master, Su Dingyang. Please help me. If you can escape, this Su will give you a generous gift and Blue Feather Sect will be grateful." Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai's expression changed. He had vaguely heard of this star before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of it for a while. Slowly shaking his head, he said, "Friend, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that the power of this vortex in my territory is somewhat frightening." Su Dingyang's face darkened. Although he showed a look of unwillingness, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. For a moment, he was left speechless. "Hold on, I'll see if I can find a way," Yang Kai said lightly. He wasn't really trying to save this man out of kindness. Without even mentioning Su Dingyang's personality, Yang Kai knew nothing about him. Even if he was a kind person, since he had entered the blood prison, he should have been prepared to die. If he died here, he couldn't blame anyone. Yang Kai said this because he wanted to explore the vortex in his territory. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the power of an Origin King's territory. Su Dingyang obviously misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning and was overjoyed. Good. This Su thanks you in advance. Friend, you must be careful. This vortex seems to contain the power of many different territory and is extremely difficult to deal with." Yang Kai nodded gently and took a step forward. In an instant, Yang Kai paled in horror. At this moment, he felt as if the space around him had solidified, and there were many different kinds of Saint Qi being applied to him, causing the Saint Qi in his body to involuntarily resist. With a loud sizzling sound, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly cut into several pieces. This invisible territory power seemed to want to kill any creature that dared to intrude. The difference of just one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly circulated his secret art to resist while summoning his purple shield, which transformed into a purple fluorescent light to protect his body. Chapter 1591. In an instant, the sound of metal colliding rang out from the purple shield as a terrifying force invisible to the naked eye constantly bombarded Yang Kai's defensive artifact. The purple fluorescence covering his body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai's face sank as he hurriedly took back his purple shield. Although his defensive artifact was Origin-grade high rank and extremely sturdy, it didn't seem to be enough to compete with the territory vortex here. If he allowed it to be destroyed by the territory vortex here, the shield's spirituality would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Qi with all his strength to resist the invisible and terrifying pressure around him, so for a time, he was unable to move. How could he only be a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator? Su Dingyang stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. As soon as Yang Kai circulated his Saint Qi, Su Dingyang naturally perceived Yang Kai's true cultivation and inevitably felt a little disappointed. Although the difference between the second order and third order was only a minor realm, the gap in strength was quite large. Moreover, this was the blood prison, so all the cultivator who entered here was at the third order. After perceiving Yang Kai's cultivation, Su Dingyang felt a little disheartened. He felt that with Yang Kai's ability, he wouldn't be able to save him. "Friend, I'm sorry." Su Dingyang struggled to resist while kindly reminding Yang Kai, "I didn't know you were only a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator, otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you for help. You should withdraw quickly before you enter too deep, otherwise, you won't be able to escape even if you want to." Yang Kai ignored him and simply continued to increase the intensity of his Saint Qi as he probed the mysteries of this territory vortex. However, to his horror, the vortex in this territory seemed to grow stronger the stronger it was, and no matter how hard he tried, he was always suppressed by it, making it difficult for him to even move his feet. Several mysterious forces wrapped around his body, making it impossible for Yang Kai to understand their mysteries. This was the power of this territory. This was a power unique to Origin Kings. Friend, use your own force to fight. You can't rely on brute force in your territory. Otherwise, you will sink deeper and deeper. Su Dingyang saw that Yang Kai was in a difficult situation and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly released his shi according to Yang Kai's words. In an instant, he noticed that the frozen space around him seemed to show signs of loosening, and his own momentum was like an invisible sharp blade, cutting into the vortex in his territory, becoming the capital to resist it. Many thanks for the advice. Yang Kai raised his head, glanced at Su Dingyang, and thanked him. You're welcome. Su Dingyang squeezed out an ugly smile, his forehead full of sweat as the Saint Chi radiating from his body fluctuated more and more rapidly. After talking to Yang Kai for a while, his situation became even more unbearable. He immediately restrained his thoughts and didn't dare to speak again. He wholeheartedly searched for a glimmer of hope in this terrifying vortex of territory. Yang Kai's demeanor also became focused as he released his shi with all his strength. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius began to distort as faint. Almost invisible void cracks suddenly formed and then disappeared. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly became much lighter. The territory of an Origin King Realm Master was an evolved form of shi, a mysterious power that was one level above it. Using shi to resist a territory really had some effect. If this territory was formed by a living Origin King Realm Master, even if Yang Kai's shi reached the grand accomplishment stage, he would not be able to resist it. However, the vortexes in his territory here were remnants from tens of thousands of years ago. So even if they had been accumulated and transformed over time, without human intervention, they were still dead. Yang Kai was barely able to resist them. No wonder the Blood Prison was a place that third-order origin returning realm masters flocked to. No wonder this place was so dangerous that it attracted so many third-order masters to come here for life experience. The vortexes in his territory here were simply the best helpers to help a third-order cultivator condense their shi. A cultivator could condense their shi here, enhance their control over it, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. Once they condensed their shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they would have the capital to charge towards the Origin King realm. This was a height that most third-order origin returning realm masters could not reach. Yang Kai wholeheartedly used his shi to resist the invisible territory vortexes around him, an inexplicable feeling pouring into his heart, causing him to frown from time to time and reveal a joyful expression. Unconsciously, Yang Kai also began to move forward, and although his speed was very slow, his body was unconsciously approaching the center of the vortexes in his territory, seeking more powerful and profound mysteries within his territory. Yang Kai's control over his shi seemed to have become more flexible. The shi that originally only covered a radius of 10 meters around Yang Kai's body began to expand at a subtle speed, and although it was not obvious, it had indeed increased. Yang Kai was completely immersed in this special feeling, unable to extricate himself. Although the cultivator named Su Dingyang was in a worrying situation, he was also observing Yang Kai's movements. When he saw this young man walking towards him step by step, resisting the terrifying territory vortexes with just his second-order origin returning realm cultivation, Su Dingyang was completely shocked. He knew better than anyone else just how deadly the vortexes in his territory were, so he thought that with Yang Kai's ability, he would withdraw immediately, otherwise he would die. However, this young man he had never met before not only did not withdraw, he even launched an attack towards the center of the vortexes in his territory. This world was simply too crazy, and Su Dingyang could hardly believe his eyes. Which cultivator who could reach the third-order origin returning realm was not a proud and arrogant person. Su Dingyang was even the sect master of a medium-sized sect and had received extremely good cultivation since childhood, so he had no need to worry about resources. But now, compared with this young man, Su Dingyang felt inferior. He felt like his self-confidence had been dealt a heavy blow. Just as he was feeling uneasy, though, a slight sound suddenly reached his ears. Su Dingyang's expression changed as he quickly turned to the source of the sound, his face turning pale in the next moment. The defensive artifact he had been protecting his body had finally reached its limit, and a small crack had appeared on its surface while more cracks were rapidly forming. Friend, this Su is likely unable to escape this calamity. If it is convenient for this friend, Please take some time to visit Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect and inform the Blue Feather Sect's Elder Council that this Su has fallen here. Everything in this Su space ring can be used as a thank you gift. Many thanks, friend, Su Dingyang shouted anxiously. Hearing his shouts, Yang Kai broke free from his deep contemplation and opened his eyes to look at him. Just in time to see the water curtain around Su Dingyang's body turn to dust. Su Dingyang's little remaining Saint Chi erupted at this moment, and he rushed out with all his strength. Although he had already warned Yang Kai, Su Dingyang obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. He wanted to fight one last time. The light on his body alternated between bright and dark as his expression became ferocious, and a roar like that of an angry beast emerged from his throat. With a sizzling sound, the invisible force of his territory attacked him from all directions. After taking less than 3 steps, Su Dingyang's body suddenly shook and he came to a halt, his face turning red as drops of blood seeped out of his pores. Asterisk pong. Asterisk with a loud bang. Su Dingyang's entire body burst apart, his flesh and blood splashing out, leaving behind nothing but bones. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. A third-order origin returning realm master dying so tragically in front of him made Yang Kai deeply realize the terror of his territory, and at the same time, he couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of sadness. But soon, Yang Kai dispelled these distracting thoughts and continued to close his eyes, walking towards the center step by step. He and Su Dingyang were complete strangers, so naturally, he wouldn't feel any emotional fluctuations over his death. Even if he killed Su Dingyang's territory vortex, he wouldn't necessarily repeat the same mistake. Yang Kai was confident. His Shi was still shuttling back and forth in the surrounding space as Yang Kai comprehended this mysterious force and absorbed it, turning it into his own nutrients for his own growth. The murderous aura coming from the void did not stop Yang Kai's pace of exploration, so he continued to move forward step by step. Without using any defensive artifacts and only circulating the minimum amount of Saint Chi to protect his body, Yang Kai approached the vortex in his territory and used his Shi to resist it, allowing him to experience the wonders of his territory. Yang Kai gained something and gradually immersed himself in it. The benefits of having a powerful physique were once again demonstrated. Perhaps no origin returning realm master would dare to do this. They could only use their Shi to resist the territory vortex in order to gain benefits and continue to grow. This indirect method was far inferior to Yang Kai's overbearing method. Yang Kai not only used his Shi, but also his physical body. The benefits he obtained were far greater than any origin returning realm master. Time passed by, and at a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, his body shook, and his Shi suddenly expanded outwards. The vortex in his territory, which made it difficult for him to even move forward, was no longer obstructed, and Yang Kai strode forward directly to the center of the vortex. This was the most terrifying vortex in his territory, where Su Dingyang had died. There were still remnants of Su Dingyang's body on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Yang Kai stood there silently, gradually restraining his Shi and allowing the surrounding territory vortex to press down on him. The terrifying power caused Yang Kai's bones to creak, as if they were about to be dislocated. The power of the vortex in his territory seemed to want to crush him into dust. A 5-colored light appeared as the 5 elements' indestructible sword Chi filled every inch of Yang Kai's muscles, causing his physical strength to soar, allowing him to compete with the vortex in his territory. Yang Kai's face flushed red as his blood boiled, as if he would explode and die at any moment. However, his gains began to increase, and he began to gain more. He began to comprehend the mysteries of his territory, and his understanding of Shi also began to deepen. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this though, and after confirming that his life was not in danger, he fell into a deeper state of enlightenment and enjoyed it. Yang Kai vaguely felt that this blood prison trial would allow him to gain unimaginable growth. Chapter 1592. Originally, Yang Kai was not very interested in this blood prison trial. After all, this place was specially prepared for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, And although he could fight those above his realm and was not afraid of any cultivator below the Origin King realm, his cultivation was not high enough, so he thought he would not gain much from the blood prison. So he left Qian Tong and the others behind and went to Tongxian realm to find his family and friends. But since Shanqing Luo told him that there was a territory stone in the blood prison, Yang Kai's interest was piqued. Now that he was here in person, Yang Kai fully understood that even without a territory stone, he could obtain unimaginable benefits from this territory vortex that filled the blood prison. As long as one had enough strength, any origin returning realm cultivator could use this territory vortex to condense their sure and advance to the grand accomplishment stage. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. That being said, there were only a few who could truly achieve this. Yang Kai was one of them. At the same time, 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, there was a tall mountain with a stone pavilion at its summit. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 cultivators sitting inside this stone pavilion. There were old and young cultivators, men and women, but all of them, without exception, were Origin Kings. Anyone who saw such a terrifying lineup would be horrified to the core. This was definitely a terrifying force. These masters sat in various positions in the stone pavilion, either resting with their eyes closed, chatting in pairs, discussing the heavenly way and martial Tao, or simply watching with cold eyes. This was a gathering of the top masters from all the cultivation stars in Tongxian realm territory. They had rushed here on the day the blood prison trial opened, not to watch the show, but to scout for talents. They were waiting for the day when the cultivator who entered the blood prison would emerge. Being able to walk out of the blood prison safely meant that this cultivator had great potential. Even if they could not break through to the Origin King realm in the future, they would still be a top master in the Origin Returning realm. Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce had sent masters here, Purple Star had sent masters here, and Sword Union had also sent people here. It could be said that the 7 or 8 Origin Kings here represented the peak great forces of the entire star territory. Every time the blood prison trial opened, they would come to Green Mountain Star in order to find talents they favored and bring back to their forces to cultivate. Of course, there were also people who came for the territory stones produced by the blood prison. They already had Origin King realm cultivations, so they did not need territory stones. However, they also had nephews and juniors who needed them. Every piece of territory stone brought out of the blood prison could be bought at a high price. Among these 7 or 8 Origin Kings, a man wearing golden robes and a purple gold crown was the most conspicuous. When the other experts looked at him, there was a hint of solemnity in their eyes. This man didn't look very old. He seemed to be in his 30s. His sword-like eyebrows were slanted to his temples, and his expression was dignified without being angry. It was as if he was born to be in a high position, making people revere him. At this moment, the man was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and let out a soft sound of surprise, as if he was very surprised. All the surrounding Origin King realm masters turned their gazes towards him. An old woman frowned thoughtfully before looking at him with a chuckle and asking, "Master Luo Hai, did you find something interesting? If it's convenient, can you tell us more about it? You should know that on Green Mountain Star, only you, as the Star Master, can sense some of the movements inside the blood prison." Someone nodded and echoed, "Yes, Brother Luo Hai, although we are very close to the blood prison, you know what kind of place it is. Our divine senses can't penetrate it at all. So what's the situation inside?" The man named Luo Hai smiled, stood up, and said unhurriedly, "This king did find something interesting. However, it's not a big deal, so there's no need to make such a fuss." During this blood prison trial, a little second-order origin returning realm cultivator entered. "Oh, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator?" The old woman looked surprised. Everyone else also showed surprise. It's not that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator has never entered the blood prison before, but it's quite rare, and most of those people's fates don't end well. Generally speaking, after 1 or 2 days in there, they're all little brats who think too highly of themselves and fail to see. I'm afraid this person is no exception. The old woman slowly shook her head, a look of disdain appearing on her face. Such a little brat won't settle down unless he suffers a loss. The Blood Prison has always only been accessible to third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although there are no clear rules or restrictions, this is the result of tens of thousands of years of experience. Brother Luo Hai, what is the situation of that little brat now? For you to be so interested in him, did he show some kind of extraordinary performance? A beautiful woman looked at Luo Hai with a smile. This beautiful woman had picturesque features and a powerful first-order origin king cultivation, but when facing Luo Hai, she had to be cautious. This was not just because Luo Hai's cultivation was higher than hers, but also because this was Green Mountain's star, Luo Hai's territory. No one would be stupid enough to oppose the star master of a cultivation star. To put it bluntly, even if a top third-order origin king cultivator came here, they would not necessarily be able to kill Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star. Here, Luo Hai was the master. When Luo Hai broke through to the third-order origin king realm, any master who came to Green Mountain Star would have to act according to his mood, and Luo Hai, who had refined the star's source, definitely had the potential to do so. Therefore, the origin king realm masters who came here, while being wary of Luo Hai, all spoke with a flattering tone. There's nothing extraordinary about his performance, Luo Hai smiled faintly. It's just that this king hasn't seen such an interesting little brat for a long time and was a little curious. He seems to have rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star, but this king is unable to investigate the specific situation. After all, that is the Blood Prison. Even if this king is the star master of Green Mountain Star, his divine sense is greatly restricted there. He rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star? The old woman sighed slightly. It looks like he's dead. There are always some people in this world who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This kind of person should be taught a lesson. Forget it, there's no need to pay attention to him. He won't be able to live much longer. Let's wait a few days and see if there are any good seedlings who come out alive. It happens once every 1,000 years. Didn't we all come to Green Mountain Star for that day? Hearing this, Luo Hai smiled and said, Everyone, this king knows your purpose for coming here, but please allow this king to remind you that if you see any good seedlings, do not force them. Everything is up to their own free will. As the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, this king has an obligation and responsibility to protect these little ones and ensure they receive fair treatment. Brother Luo Hai is too polite. After so many years, when have we ever forced anyone? Of course, it's all up to them. The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. I don't want them. This old master came here just to buy territory stones. Heh, those little guys can go grab them themselves. A white-haired old man chuckled meaningfully before saying with some unwillingness, If it weren't for Brother Luo Hai forbidding me, this old master would have personally gone to the Blood Prison to look for territory stones. Brother Zhou is mistaken. Luo Hai shook his head. It's not that this king forbids you. It's just that this Blood Prison has a barrier placed down by the previous Star Master of Green Mountain Star before his death, preventing any origin king from entering. Even though this king has become the new Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he cannot remove this barrier. Perhaps in a few thousand years, when this king's strength breaks through to the third-order origin king realm, he will be able to ignore this barrier. The previous Star Master placed a barrier? Everyone was shocked, as if they had never heard of such a thing before. This king has never publicized this matter, but it is a fact. Otherwise, why do you think no one left the Blood Prison after the Great War 10,000 years ago? Is it the restriction of that layer of restriction? Someone revealed a thoughtful expression. That barrier was placed using the source strength of Green Mountain Star, and not only did it prevent origin kings from entering, it also prevented them from leaving. Luo Hai gently nodded. No wonder more than 20 masters with similar cultivation to us didn't come out alive. So it was for this reason, the man who asked suddenly realized. There were many doubts about the Great War 10,000 years ago, but the biggest one was that no one survived. Even if that battle was unprecedented and there were a huge number of origin kings involved, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for all of them to be wiped out. At the very least, there should have been a few survivors. But in fact, the history books recorded that no one had survived. Now, After listening to Luo Hai's explanation, everyone understood. Green Mountain's star's source strength had been used to place this barrier, and without the Star Master lifting it, the other Origin Kings were indeed unable to leave. The final result may have been that the previous Star Master was heavily outnumbered and dragged his enemies down with him. After learning the truth about the birth of the Blood Prison, everyone fell silent for a while. The sun set and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in a flash. Luo Hai suddenly let out a soft cry as his face filled with surprise. "Master Luo Hai, what interesting thing did you find?" The old woman frowned and asked. "Interesting, very interesting indeed." Luo Hai raised his brow, his face filled with surprise as he quickly said, "That little guy actually walked out of the vortex in his territory." "What?" The old woman was shocked. "Brother Luo Hai, are you talking about that little second-order origin returning realm brat?" The beautiful woman was also shocked. "And this is really interesting. How did he survive?" Luo Hai asked suspiciously. Even though he was the Star Master of Green Mountain's star, he could not explore the situation inside the Blood Prison clearly, so he was very surprised that Yang Kai was able to survive. Could it be that the vortex in his territory was very weak? Someone speculated. There are countless vortexes in the Blood Prison, some of them not even worth mentioning. What he encountered should have been one of those vortexes, right? Impossible. Before him, a third-order origin returning realm master died in that vortex in his territory, so this vortex was definitely not weak. Luo Hai slowly shook his head, denying the man's guess. Chapter 1593. When they learned that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was actually able to walk out of the vortex in their territory safely, the Origin King Realm Masters in the Stone Pavilion suddenly burst into an uproar. They instantly saw the unimaginable potential of this Origin returning realm cultivator. "Heh, this old woman has reserved this little guy for Sword Union," the old woman chuckled. "If he can walk out of the Blood Prison alive, this old woman will immediately take him back to Sword Union's home star and vigorously cultivate him." "Senior Sister Lei, have you not woken up yet?" A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar sneered. "You've reserved him with just a few words. Shouldn't you ask your friends here first? My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to give up such a good seedling." "My Purple Star also wants him," the beautiful woman interjected. "This old woman doesn't care. If he can really come out alive, this old woman only wants him, the rest is up to you," the old woman said firmly, taking advantage of her seniority. "Senior Sister Lei, you can't decide on this matter. Not to mention where he came from or whether he has a great backer behind him. Even if he doesn't, Senior Sister Lei, are you sure he will follow you? Perhaps he is more optimistic about our Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, in Star Territory, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is more famous than Sword Union." The middle-aged man was not to be outdone and sneered. "In terms of fame, our three forces aren't much different, right?" The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly, a look of disagreement on her face. "Maybe he will like Purple Star more." Old O coldly snorted and said with an unkind expression, "You too. Do you really want to compete with this old woman for this little guy?" "It's not that we want to compete with you, Senior Sister Lei. You're being too presumptuous." The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. "Enough. Stop arguing." Luo Hai frowned and interrupted the quarrel between the three. "Whether that little guy can come out alive or not is still unknown, so what are you three arguing about? Maybe he was just lucky this time, and that's why he was able to escape the domain whirlpool. Maybe he won't be able to hold on until the end. If he really dies in there, and you guys are making a ruckus here, won't others see you as a joke?" Hearing Luo Hai's words, the three of them were still a little hesitant. Hearing this, they all nodded. The old woman said, "Master Luo Hai, then I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to this little fellow's movements. If he really dies in there, please inform us so that we don't have any expectations." "This king will do his best," Luo Hai gently nodded. "Many thanks, Master Luo Hai," the old woman quickly thanked him. The stone pavilion regained its tranquility. Within the Blood Prison, Yang Kai picked up the space ring on the ground. His own power shrouded his body. He quickly walked forward. The terrifying whirlpool in the territory couldn't stop him at all. He swept through everything like a hot knife through butter. Yang Kai easily left the area enveloped by the whirlpool within the territory. After a few days of confrontation and comprehension, Yang Kai felt that his Shi had clearly grown. His understanding and control of Shi had also deepened. This was a reward that could not be obtained through meditation. The blood prison is really a good place. Standing in place, Yang Kai swept Su Ding Yang's space ring with his divine sense before silently putting it away. There was nothing good in Su Ding Yang's space ring that made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although Su Ding Yang's wealth was astonishing compared to that of an origin-returning realm master, Yang Kai's vision was very high and naturally wouldn't be moved by his wealth. As for Su Ding Yang's request before his death, Yang Kai didn't care. He and Yang Kai had met by chance and had no friendship, nor had he ever agreed to his request. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't go to Scarlet Wave Star to inform Blue Feather Sect for a stranger. If fate wills it, we'll talk about it later. Looking up and identifying the direction, Yang Kai walked forward. The blood prison was different from the places Yang Kai had gone to in the past. Whether it was the Lu Yin Desert on Shadowed Star or the Emperor Garden in the Great Emperor's courtyards, the space inside was extremely wide and there were many restrictions, so even if many people entered, they rarely had the opportunity to meet. But the blood prison was different. Although the blood prison covered a very large area, because it had existed for tens of thousands of years and was famous enough to attract countless third-order origin returning realm masters from all over the star territory, Yang Kai often encountered strangers along the way. Most people didn't like looking for trouble, so when they noticed the aura of strangers, they would take the initiative to avoid conflict. However, when they noticed that Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they all showed looks of shock before quickly turning to despise him, casting sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai's position, as if he would immediately die. Yang Kai naturally didn't pay attention to them. He had encountered several life or death battles between cultivators. The great forces in the star territory weren't harmonious either. Many of them had their own conflicts and grievances, so now that they met in the blood prison, it was natural for them to start fighting. Yang Kai didn't get involved in any of this and instead just searched for the vortexes in his territory, hoping to obtain greater benefits from them and improve his comprehension of Shi. His cautiousness brought him peace. Since entering the blood prison half a month ago, Yang Kai hadn't had any conflicts with anyone. He had encountered 3 powerful vortexes in his territory, risking his life to enter them, and in the end, emerged safely from each of them with great gains. Yang Kai's Shi was growing at a terrifying speed, having already surpassed the minor accomplishment realm and was moving towards the grand accomplishment realm. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't find the specialty of the blood prison, the territory stone. The birth of the territory stone was inseparable from the existence of a territory. The remnant power of a territory that had existed in the blood prison for countless years had been absorbed by some peculiar jade in the blood prison, and after countless years of evolution, it had formed the special territory stone. Therefore, the territory stone generally existed in the vortexes in a territory, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they had to break into a territory vortex. Therefore, where there was a territory stone, there must be a territory vortex. Yang Kai felt that his luck wasn't very good. On this day, while he was searching for a territory vortex, he suddenly heard a piercing sound coming from afar. Yang Kai frowned and immediately knew that he had encountered a fight again. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it, but when he swept his divine sense in that direction, he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and paused in place, staring in that direction suspiciously. He noticed that the life aura over there was somewhat familiar. The cultivator who was rushing over obviously noticed the existence of Yang Kai and immediately increased its speed a lot, rushing straight towards him. After a short while, a rainbow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the rainbow light flew in front of Yang Kai, revealing a graceful but embarrassed figure. "It's you?" Yang Kai frowned and showed a look of surprise. She was actually Shui Sun from Furious Crab Territory, who had set off from Monster Star with him. At this moment, her aura was chaotic, and there seemed to be some injuries on her body. Her green dress was dyed red, and it was unknown whether it was her own blood or the enemy's. After landing in front of Yang Kai, she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She didn't seem to expect that the one standing here was actually a human she had only met once. She just felt that the aura here was a little familiar and wanted to ask for help. "You look embarrassed. Are you injured?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. "Don't make sarcastic remarks. I'm being chased," Shui-sun replied coldly, her attitude not very enthusiastic. "Help me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked behind her, where two figures were rushing over with murderous intent. "Why, it's none of my business." Yang Kai frowned. If he had known it was Shui-sun who was coming, he would have fled long ago. A trace of helplessness flashed across Shui-sun's beautiful eyes as she bit her red lips and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have a good relationship with little sister Qing Luo." "That's none of my business." Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Did she think he would help her just because she mentioned Shan Qing Luo? Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "You're mistaken. I'm just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You'd better run away quickly. Those two will catch up soon. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it'll be too late." "A second-order cultivator like you can't be taken lightly. I know what you did in the palace. You defeated Shuelian. You're not weaker than us." Shui-sun was obviously unwilling to give up on the reinforcements in front of her. Yang Kai still shook his head. "Girl, your current situation isn't so serious. With your strength, even if you can't beat those two, running away shouldn't be a problem. Why must you drag me down with you?" It was precisely because he saw this point that he didn't want to intervene. Shui-sun's insistence made him feel somewhat repulsed, as if he was being used. "Of course, running away isn't a problem," Shui-sun replied proudly. The snow falcon proudly replied, "But have you ever thought about this? I am a monster race. If I brazenly flee in the blood prison like this, once other human race experts notice me, won't they chase me down and intercept me? Running away will only make my situation worse." "That's true." Yang Kai was stunned, not having considered this point. "Help me kill one of them. I'll take care of the other myself." Shui-sun stared straight at Yang Kai and quickly said, "I'll owe you a favor." "A favor is fine, but what kind of tangible benefits do you have?" Yang Kai asked casually, looking her up and down, his eyes pausing on her full breasts for a moment. A trace of disgust immediately flashed across Shui-sun's beautiful eyes as she leaned over and asked lightly, "What benefits do you want?" "It's not what I want, it's what you have." Yang Kai raised his brow. Shui-sun's brow furrowed as a trace of hesitation flashed across her pretty face. Seeing the two pursuers getting closer and closer, she grit her teeth and said, "I found a territory stone but didn't have time to take it. I can take you there." "A territory stone?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded, "Deal." Seeing this greedy look on his face, the disgust in Shui-sun's eyes became even stronger. She really couldn't understand why such a proud and arrogant girl like Shan Qing Luo would have such a soft spot for such a man. After going back this time, it seemed she would have to persuade her sister Qing Luo to interact less with such a man, lest he hinder her future. Chapter 1594. Just as Shui-sun's thoughts were running wild, the two people chasing her suddenly landed a few dozen meters in front of her. One was a man, and one was a woman. The man had fair skin and oily hair, but the powerful aura radiating from him was not to be underestimated. The woman was dressed coquettishly, wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes that exposed her snow-white thighs and arms, attracting the eyes of the man. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with lust, giving her a seductive appearance. Landing on the ground, the woman glanced at Yang Kai, and her beautiful eyes lit up, showing a look of interest as she giggled and said to the man next to her, "Brother, this guy's figure is very good. Does Junior sister like him?" The man didn't seem to care at all, and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest before nodding. "His figure is really good. He's really your type." Saying so, in front of Yang Kai and Shui-sun, he pinched the seductive woman's buttocks and grinned wickedly. "Junior sister, are you tempted?" "Brother." The woman hesitated for a moment before her pretty face became flushed. "Junior sister and the other men are just playing around. With you, Junior sister is truly in love." "Brother knows." The man grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai and Shui-sun were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Although Shui Sun was from the monster race and had inherited some of their bold and unrestrained nature, she really couldn't stand such a scene, and the lewd atmosphere exuding from the words of this man and woman made her want to vomit. He's not a good thing. Yang Kai glanced at Shui Sun and frowned. Is this guy chasing after you because of your beauty? Shui Sun heard this. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, she ground her teeth and said, Enough with your sarcasm. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Seeing them acting so fearless and indifferent, the man and woman chasing them were a little surprised. The man took a serious look at Yang Kai and couldn't help sneering. A second-order origin returning realm boy actually dares to come to the blood prison? This is quite interesting, junior sister. This guy's courage is quite big. I like bold men. The seductive woman stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, a look of interest on Yang Kai's face. The expression on her face became more and more amorous. As she swayed her waist, her curves were even more captivating. Good. Then this man is yours, the man nodded, pointing to Shui Sun. This dragon lady is mine. Senior brother has lived for so many years. He had never played with such a high-level demon before. And I'm sure I'll enjoy myself. Demoness, did you come all the way here hoping that this guy would save your life? I advise you to surrender obediently without a fight. As long as you cooperate, I won't make things too difficult for you. Instead, I'll make you happy. What do you think? He asked casually, as if he was certain Shui Sun and Yang Kai would win. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, Shui Sun coldly snorted and shouted. I'll leave this woman to you. This man is mine. Can we exchange? I don't like to kill women. Yang Kai looked at her, but before he could finish his words, Shui Sun had already rushed out, her monster chi surging fiercely and enveloping the man in a gust of wind. In an instant, Shui Sun and the man exchanged blows, leaving Yang Kai and the seductive woman staring at each other. Little brother, did you just say you wanted to kill me? The seductive woman didn't seem to be worried about her brother and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai grinned. How could I be willing to kill a woman like you? The woman was startled for a moment before giggling, looking at Yang Kai charmingly and saying, Since you're unwilling, how about we find a place to talk? Little brother looks so young. Elder sister can't bear to embarrass you. Her breath smelled like orchids, and a sweet scent suddenly filled the air, lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. This sweet scent was like an invisible hand, teasing the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his blood to boil and his heartbeat to accelerate. As she spoke, she stretched out a jade-white hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek, her eyes soft and gentle, her movements gentle, as if she could make all men in the world let down their guard and let her do as she pleased. Okay. Yang Kai smiled brightly, not waiting for her jade-like hand to touch him. His eyes suddenly filled with a cold light as he reached out to grab her wrist. Caught off guard, the woman's wrist was caught by Yang Kai. The seductive woman's beautiful face changed slightly, and she couldn't help crying out, staring at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression, Little brother, you're hurting me. Saying so, her white arm shook slightly. Her white arm shook like a snake, as if it was boneless, trying to break free from Kai Yang's control. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he grabbed her wrist and dragged her towards him. Realizing that she couldn't resist such a violent force, the woman's face finally changed, and her other hand, which was not under her control, suddenly took out a few thin needles and threw them into Yang Kai's arms, mercilessly stabbing towards Yang Kai's waist and abdomen. Yang Kai and the woman's skin were pressed together, and the woman's breathing suddenly became heavy as her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Gently blowing towards Yang Kai, she giggled and said, This 7 emotions and 6 desires needle is elder sister's exclusive artifact. Little brother, if you're obedient, elder sister will definitely satisfy you. This is called the 7 emotions and 6 desires needle? Yang Kai grinned. It's not very good. It can't arouse anyone's interest at all. The charming woman's smile immediately stiffened on her face as she looked down and was surprised to find that on Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, at some unknown point, a layer of purple fluorescent light had appeared. Her artifact was actually blocked by this layer of purple fluorescent light, unable to pierce through it all. Immediately shouting, the woman's figure flickered as she pushed her Saint Chi and sent a palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his fist burning with black demonic flames as he punched towards the woman's jade palm. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The two Saint Chis collided, and the woman's jade palm was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent power and was directly knocked back, her hand landing on her towering chest, the sound of bones breaking resounding from her chest. With a scream, the woman's tender body flew high into the air like a broken kite. The black, demonic flames burned the clothes on her chest, revealing her seductive white skin. But this seductive beauty that men were infatuated with was quickly scorched black. Crimson blood dripped down her chest and flowed down her thighs, forming a stark contrast with her white skin, giving off a seductive sense of beauty. The woman staggered as she desperately pushed her Saint Chi, finally managing to stabilize her body. Standing midair, she looked down at her chest and her face immediately twisted as she glared at Yang Kai viciously and screamed, "I'll kill you!" Yang Kai's expression became cold as a golden light flashed in front of him and two golden blood threads appeared. With a single thought, the two golden blood threads immediately transformed into arrows and shot towards the woman without mercy. The woman was shocked. She had never expected that this second-order origin returning realm man would be so powerful. She had thought that she could easily deal with him, that he would definitely prostrate himself before her and allow her to do as she pleased. It wasn't until this moment that she realized how wrong she had been. This second-order man was no worse than any third-order master. In fact, he might even be stronger. As the two golden lights closed in on her, the woman didn't dare to neglect, and with a shake of her tender body, a light blue artifact armor immediately appeared and wrapped around her tender body. At the same time, she waved her hand and sent out a series of needle-shaped artifacts that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a series of clanging sounds, the two golden blood threads were stopped mid-air. But before the woman could breathe a sigh of relief, the two golden blood threads twisted and transformed into two huge golden and red monster beasts with wings on their backs. Thunder flame flying lizards. The woman's expression was dull as she was completely unable to comprehend the mysteries of this secret technique. The two huge thunder flame flying lizards rushed towards her from both sides, opening their bloody mouths as if they were trying to swallow her whole. The woman's expression was one of panic as her beautiful eyes filled with panic and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Before she could use any kind of secret technique, the huge claws of the thunder flame flying lizards had already arrived in front of her. With a muffled bang, the woman was immediately sent flying as the other thunder flame flying lizard bit down on her. The light blue artifact armor flickered as it resisted the terrifying bite of the thunder flame flying lizards. Yang Kai flew up and under the woman's desperate gaze. A short, arrow-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Feather Spirit Arrow. After being fully charged, this strange artifact could be used twice. Its lethality was so great that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not ignore it. With a slight flick of his wrist, Yang Kai fired an energy arrow towards the woman. The aura of death rushed towards her as the woman cried out in alarm, "Brother, save me!" The cry for help came to an abrupt end. The Feather Spirit Arrow had directly destroyed the defensive armor on her body, shattering it into pieces. Without the protection of the armor, the thunder flame flying lizard had bitten the woman in two. Her physique was not fragile, but it was still unable to resist the thunder flame flying lizards. Her body fell from the sky as the smell of blood filled the air. The two thunder flame flying lizards twisted again and transformed back into golden blood threads before flying back into Yang Kai's body. Standing in place, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before showing a satisfied look. Last time in Shimmering Moon City, Yang Kai had killed Meteon's two chariot monster beast and used his golden blood threads to absorb the blood essence of the thunder flame flying lizards and refine them into blood beasts. This was the first time he had used them in battle. The power was truly extraordinary. What was most commendable was that once they were refined into blood beasts, there was no need for Yang Kai to control them as they had the ability to fight on their own. This made Yang Kai very satisfied. Turning his gaze to the other battlefield, Yang Kai watched for a while before relaxing. The arrogant man from before seemed to be no match for Shui Sun at all as the demonic chi on the other side completely suppressed his aura, allowing Shui Sun to occupy the absolute upper hand. Chapter 1595. It wasn't that the man's strength was inferior to Shui Sun's, but in a one-on-one fight, the two were actually on par. Even if Shui Sun was stronger, she wouldn't be able to kill her opponent on her own. However, Yang Kai's lightning-fast battle had greatly shocked the man. The seductive woman's screams and cries for help before she died had disturbed his concentration, making it impossible for him to face the enemy with his full strength. What's more, Yang Kai was still standing not far away, glaring at him, causing the man to become more and more uneasy. He couldn't understand how his junior sister had died in just a few breaths of time. He was well aware of his junior sister's strength, which was similar to his own. So how could she have died at the hands of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator in such a short time? He was completely shocked and had no idea what had happened between his junior sister and this young man. The fear of the unknown made him lose his ability to fight. So how could he display his full strength? Shui Sun naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and vented all her anger from being chased all the way here, using all kinds of artifacts and secret techniques unique to the monster race to the fullest. The man was completely suppressed, and the battle became one-sided. Obviously, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to cast a powerful secret technique, blocking the snow falcon for a moment. Then, his figure turned into an afterimage and suddenly disappeared. He decided to retreat, not daring to continue entangling with Shui Sunday. Before leaving, though, he glanced over at Yang Kai and found that this unfathomable young man was just standing in place, seemingly having no intention of stopping him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had escaped death, the space around him suddenly became viscous. His figure came to a halt involuntarily as his eyes shrank and he shouted in horror, "Sure." He was also a third-order origin returning realm master, so he naturally knew the mysteries and effects of Sure, so he stepped into this viscous space. He knew he had fallen into a powerful Sure. The power of this Sure was much thicker than his own, so powerful that it made him tremble. Moreover, this Sure seemed to be mixed with some other strange force. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly released his own force to resist it, but it was only able to recover a little of his freedom. It was impossible to escape from this situation in a short period of time. A silhouette entered his eyes. He raised his head and exclaimed, "How could you be here?" At this moment, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was supposed to be watching the battle from afar, was actually standing not far from him. However, he didn't notice the other party's movements at all. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai grinned and gradually increased the power of his Sure. The man who fell into it was immediately drenched in sweat, and it was difficult for him to move. Chi-chi, soft sounds came from all directions. The man looked around and found that the space around him seemed to be collapsing. Strange, pitch-black cracks the size of a cow's hair appeared one after another. Disappear. His liver and gall were torn apart. He never knew that someone's potential could cause such an unimaginable effect on space. At this moment, he finally understood that it was not an accident that his junior sister died so quickly. This second-order origin returning realm young man was his most terrifying enemy. Without giving the man a chance to resist, Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a dozen pitch-black space blades one after another. These space blades easily shattered the man's Saint Chi and defensive artifact before cutting his body into several pieces and banishing most of his flesh and blood into the void. The man fell to the ground with a loud bang. His body scattered across the ground. Shui Sun's beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this, her tender body shivering slightly. Although she also knew that Yang Kai killing this man was a bit of a sneak attack, there was no doubt about his strength. No wonder Shuelian was taught a lesson, and no wonder Mi Tian was so wary of him. There was a reason for all of this. Judging from his performance just now, when he dealt with Mi Tian and Shuelian, he should not have used his full strength, otherwise, how could those two still be alive? Shui Sun had always thought so. In the origin returning realm, Shuelian and Mi Tian were already strong enough, and both of them were existences she admired greatly, but today, she realized she had been a frog in a well. An origin returning realm master could be even stronger. The arrogance and disdain in her eyes quickly converged as she began to re-examine Yang Kai. Perhaps, little sister Qing Luo's choice was not wrong. She thought so in her heart. Yang Kai looked towards her, but Shui Sun hurriedly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. She did not know why she was doing this, but deep down, there was a trace of fear towards this young man. He could easily kill the two people who chased after him in a very short period of time, so he could also kill her without any effort. Shui Sun's figure flickered as she picked up the space rings of the two dead men, walked over to Yang Kai, and handed them to him. "Thank you." Yang Kai chuckled lightly and did not refuse, putting away the two space rings without even looking at them. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Where is the domain stone you mentioned?" "I'll take you there." Shui Sun volunteered, using her movement skill to fly off in a certain direction. "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai followed behind her and asked casually. "Minor injuries, nothing serious," Shui Sun replied faintly. Yang Kai did not say anything else and simply followed her through the blood prison. The place where Shui Sun found the territory stone was not too far from the previous location and would only take about an hour to arrive. "There's one thing I have to tell you." Halfway there, Shui Sun's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had a guilty conscience. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "In fact, the two people you killed had companions." Shui Sun turned to look at Yang Kai. "Where?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Near the territory stone?" Shui Sun became even more uneasy as she gritted her teeth and told the truth. "I found a few territory stones earlier and wanted to go in and take them, but I ran into those guys. There were 5 of them in total, and they seemed to be from the same cultivation star. 2 of them chased after me while the other 3 stayed behind. I don't know if they have succeeded or not, but if they have, that's good. We can just snatch them." Yang Kai grinned. Shui Sun frowned slightly as she looked at him seriously. "Aren't you angry? I didn't tell you the truth before. I lied to you." "A little," Yang Kai gently nodded. Shui Sun's expression changed slightly. "But it doesn't matter to me, so I won't bother arguing about it." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Continue leading the way." "Good." Shui Sun breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of joy as he asked, "It's up ahead, right? I can feel the fluctuations of the territory field." Shui Sun nodded and sped up a lot. Soon, Yang Kai and Shui Sun arrived in front of a territory whirlpool. This territory whirlpool covered an area of about 2,000 meters in radius and gave off terrifying energy fluctuations. At the center of the territory whirlpool were several fist-sized stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Territory stones. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the territory stones with scorching eyes. This was the first time he had seen a territory stone, so he was naturally curious, but because of the territory whirlpool, he could not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, so he did not know how many territory stones there were. However, it was undeniable that any territory stone was extremely valuable. If taken out, one could exchange for many precious cultivation resources or absorb the power of a territory stone to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. Within this 2,000-meter radius, there were 3 people, each occupying a different position, sitting cross-legged. Judging from their postures, they seemed to be comprehending the mysteries of the territory whirlpool and preparing to rush in and take away the territory stones. The great value of a territory stone was not only due to the mysteries of the territory it contained, but also because of the risks involved in obtaining it. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was, and this was vividly reflected in the territory stones. Territory stones were only born in the territory whirlpool, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they must first comprehend the mysteries of the territory whirlpool in order to reach its depths and safely take away a territory stone. Countless third-order origin returning realm masters had fallen in the territory whirlpool, and their lives and blood endowed the territory stones with supreme value. In order to obtain a territory stone, some people may have to give up their lives. However, the territory whirlpool in front of him actually produced several territory stones, which naturally attracted Yang Kai's interest. Yang Kai just casually glanced at the 3 strangers who had already entered the territory whirlpool and no longer paid them any attention. The territory whirlpool in front of him gave him a feeling that it was neither strong nor weak, only slightly weaker than the one that had strangled Su Dingyang. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those three to remain inside safely. The arrival of Yang Kai and Shui Sun naturally alarmed the three people who were sitting cross-legged in meditation inside the territory whirlpool. These three opened their eyes and swept their gazes over Yang Kai and Shui Sun. One of the white-haired old men couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Dragon Lady, how are you still alive?" Shui Sun coldly snorted, "Old dog, did I disappoint you by being alive? Where are Brother Li and Senior Sister?" Another one-eyed man with a ferocious expression frowned and asked coldly. Shui Sun sneered, "Since I came back alive, what do you think happened to them?" "Impossible." The one-eyed man's expression changed as he understood the meaning of Shui Sun's words, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. "That's right, Dragon Lady. You think you have the ability to kill Brother Li and his brother and sister? You overestimate yourself," the third man sneered, obviously thinking Shui Sun was talking nonsense. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Shui Sun didn't want to explain any further, simply grit her teeth and declared, "Those two are dead. It will be your turn next." The white-haired old man was startled, and then he burst into laughter. "Demon girl, you're so arrogant, and your tone is even bigger than the sky. Good, good, good. I'm currently in the domain vortex, and it's inconvenient for me to move. So, I'll let you make irresponsible remarks. If you really have the ability, then I'll have a good fight with you after I get out of here." Chapter 1596. Saying so, the white-haired old man turned to look at Yang Kai curiously and chuckled. "Little brother, are you a human? Why are you fighting the Dragon Lady in such a sorry state?" "Sorry state?" Yang Kai frowned. "Old sir, aren't you exaggerating a bit?" The old man shook his head. "Humans are humans, and demons are demons. Humans hunt demons, and demons hunt humans. The two races have always been at odds with each other. Now that you've attached yourself to a demoness, if this isn't a sorry state, what is?" He subconsciously thought that Shui Sun, who had a stronger cultivation, had taken the lead and that Yang Kai was following her orders. "This old master wants to ask you. This dragon lady said that Brother Li and sister have fallen. Is that true?" The old man's expression suddenly became serious as he asked Yang Kai in a low voice. "Yes, I saw them die with my own eyes." Yang Kai gently nodded. "You were involved?" The old man narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent filling them. "Yes." "Why?" "Seeing injustice on the road, I drew my sword to help." Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shui Sun curled her lips slightly. "Good, good, good." The old man nodded again and again, his tone extremely cold. "Daring to admit what you did, young man, your courage is not small. This old master will remember your face. Remember this, the blood prison will be your burial place." Yang Kai smiled brightly. "Old sir, before you speak big words, you should consider whether you have enough weight. Be careful not to cut your tongue." The old man sneered. "Whether I have enough weight or not, this old master is clear in his heart. This old master won't argue with you now. Let this old master take this territory stone first." "Territory stone?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said in an arrogant tone, "The territory stone is mine. Don't even think about getting it." The old man was stunned. The other two were also stunned, but soon they all burst into laughter. The one-eyed man sneered. "A brat who hasn't even grown out his hair wants to obtain the territory stone? You should quickly go back and cultivate for a few more years to improve your cultivation. Young people these days really don't know what they're talking about, daring to come to the blood prison as a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You idiots, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to get the territory stone for sure." Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. He stepped into the whirlpool within his territory. "Be careful." Shui Sun's expression changed. He hurriedly reminded him. She had experienced the terrifying power of this vortex before and knew very well how powerful it was. The white-haired old man and the other two also looked over in shock. They didn't expect Yang Kai to rush into the whirlpool in their territory. Was he looking for death? The old man couldn't help but sneer. There was a playful smile on his face. They were waiting for the show to begin. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely be killed by the vortex in his territory, but in the next moment, the old man's smile stiffened on his face. The whirlpool in his territory that he and his companions were so afraid of failed to stop Yang Kai in the slightest as the arrogant young man strode forward. Step by step, Yang Kai walked inside, completely ignoring the whirlpool in his territory. The old man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as his eyes glazed over, paying more and more attention to Yang Kai's movements. He could clearly see that Yang Kai's Shi was not inferior to his. In fact, it was much stronger. The invisible Shi was like a perfect armor, protecting Yang Kai from all sides, allowing him to walk inside unimpeded. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. The young man only walked 200 meters before his speed slowed down, and after another 10 meters, his figure came to a halt. Yang Kai closed his eyes and began perceiving the mysterious fluctuations around him, comprehending the mysteries of his territory. Seeing this scene, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Kai really walked to the center step by step, without stopping to take the territory stone, he would probably vomit blood. Fortunately, although this kid was a little strange, he didn't really ignore the whirlpool in his territory. He also had to comprehend the mysteries in it before he could walk to the deepest part. He still had a chance. The old man's eyes burst with light as he suddenly got up, ignoring the huge burden on his body, and moved forward a distance. Seeing this, the other two also didn't want to be outdone, and also moved forward a distance. The closer to the center of the whirlpool in the territory, the stronger the power and the greater the pressure on the cultivator. If they couldn't resist, the final result would be to be killed by the territory. Therefore, when the cultivator was comprehending the mysteries in the whirlpool in the territory, they would generally act according to their ability and not be greedy. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Before Yang Kai's arrival, the old man and the other two were prepared to advance to the center step by step and slowly walk to the territory stone. They also had this confidence. However, Yang Kai's arrival and strange behavior made them feel the danger. They realized that if they didn't speed up, the territory stone would be handed over to someone else. The surrounding territory of the chaotic territory made it so that no one dared to make a move on others. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause a backlash and they would be asking for trouble. If not for this, the old man and the other two would have joined forces to kill Yang Kai first. The battle now was about who could walk to the center of the whirlpool and take the territory stone first. With the treasure in front of them, no one would show weakness. Outside the whirlpool, Shui Sun's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai's back. She was greatly shocked. This guy didn't stop at all and directly walked to within 300 feet of the whirlpool in the territory. Every step Yang Kai took was like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer that smashed into Shui Sun's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was sent by Fierce Crab Tribal Lord to participate in the Blood Prison trial, which meant that she was the strongest Origin returning Realm Master in Fierce Crab territory. The importance of Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and the respect and admiration of those in the same realm gave her the capital to be proud of herself. She had never taken other Origin returning Realm Masters seriously, but today, she finally put away her arrogant thoughts. Yang Kai's performance made her realize that she was still not good enough as an Origin returning Realm Master. In this realm, there was still someone who looked down on her. Gritting her teeth, Shui Sun also pushed her Shi and stepped into the whirlpool in the territory. As soon as she entered, Shui Sun's tender body trembled slightly. All around her, an invisible and terrifying pressure forced her monster chi to circulate madly, forcing her to resist it. She struggled to take a step forward, following Yang Kai's footsteps step by step. After less than 5 meters into the whirlpool, Shui Sun was unable to move. Looking up at Yang Kai, Shui Sun suddenly discovered that in this extremely short period of time, this guy had actually moved forward again. How did he do it? Shui Sun couldn't understand. After spending less than half a day with Yang Kai, her pride and self-confidence had been completely shattered. She found that she couldn't compare with this human at all. Shuelian and Mitian were also no match. On Monster Star, all the tribal lord-level masters present. Their evaluation of Shuelian and Mitian was extremely high, believing that these two rookies were likely to break through to the Origin King realm and become tribal lord-level existences. If Shuelian and Meteon had a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm, then Shuesun was certain. Yang Kai could definitely break through to the Origin King realm, just based on his current excellent performance. This showed that his control over Shur had reached a level that made all Origin returning realm masters feel inferior. He may have also comprehended the mysteries of the tribal territory. For the first time, Shuesun felt awe towards another Origin returning realm master. The figure in front of her was like an unattainable mountain. She could only look up to him. Impossible. This is impossible. The one-eyed man's shout reached everyone's ears as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai with trembling eyes, watching him walk towards the center of the whirlpool step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. Even if he paused occasionally, it wouldn't take long for him to take another step. The powerful tribal territory vortex seemed unable to stop him at all. The one-eyed man's eyes were blank and his face was dull, shocked by Yang Kai's actions. "Calm down," the white-haired old man suddenly shouted. "This little brat is indeed a bit strange, but we started earlier than him. He is still behind us in terms of distance, so we may have a chance. In any case, we can't let this little brat succeed." Hearing this, the one-eyed man seemed to recover, took a deep breath, and nodded heavily. "I understand." "Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned and glanced over at the white-haired old man. "Am I behind you in terms of distance? Take a look again and calculate it carefully." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai, who had been standing in place for a long time, suddenly stepped forward lightly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Without any intention of stopping, Yang Kai continued forward with unstoppable momentum, approaching the center of the territory stones at an extremely fast speed. The old man was stunned, the one-eyed man was stunned, and the third person was also stunned. Shuesun cried out in alarm, covering her red lips with her small hand as she stared in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly understood something and wrapped himself in Shur, repelling all the territory stones, allowing him to pass through without any hindrance. He easily arrived at the center of the tribal territory. The 3 old men looked panicked and were at a loss. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. If it were any other place, they would definitely go all out and join forces to stop Yang Kai. But inside the tribal territory vortex, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Their faces became ashen and filled with resentment. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. At the center of the tribal territory vortex, Yang Kai's footsteps paused in midair, seemingly unable to take this last step. His brows furrowed as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This boy is in trouble. The old man was overjoyed and secretly prayed that this boy would stop there or be directly strangled by the tribal territory vortex. He clearly felt that there was some strange movement in the tribal territory vortex, as if most of its power was attracted to Yang Kai and was exerting pressure on him, wanting to crush him into pieces. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified, sweat oozing from his forehead and dripping down. The invisible tribal territory vortex was constantly destroying his body. The pressure on the old man and the others suddenly lightened, and after looking at each other for a moment, they rushed forward with red eyes. Chapter 1597. No one had expected such a situation, and no one had encountered such a situation before. They had not even heard of it before. The 5 of them were in the middle of the vortex in the same territory, but most of the power of the vortex in the territory was being drawn towards one person. It seemed that even the vortex in the territory had begun to target this person, preventing him from reaching the center of the vortex. With the pressure on the old man and the other 2 greatly reduced, they naturally saw a glimmer of hope and were unwilling to hand over the territory stone. The 3 of them approached the center of the vortex at an extremely fast speed, their expressions fierce as they glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent radiating from their bodies, obviously harboring malicious intent. Shuesun's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted a warning to Yang Kai before also rushing forward. "If you don't want to die, wait there." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Shui Sun's raised foot did not take a step forward in the end as she stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression, her brow furrowed slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was doing. However, she did not delve into it, and instead chose to believe in Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation seemed to be very dangerous. The power of the huge territory he was drawing towards him was not something an origin-returning realm master could withstand. It was already a miracle that he was still standing there. Shui Sun clearly felt that Yang Kai's Shi was being suppressed back into his body inch by inch, unable to compete with the strange power of the territory vortex. Shui Sun could not help feeling nervous as she did not know what would happen to Yang Kai once his Shi was completely suppressed. He would most likely die on the spot. If that really happened, Qing Luo would definitely be heartbroken. It was said that the two of them had a very good relationship. In front of her nervous gaze, Yang Kai's Shi collided with the power of the domain in the vortex, as if two armies were engaged in a fierce battle. But Yang Kai's Shi was constantly being defeated and suppressed. The Shi field shrank little by little, and finally only covered Yang Kai's body. The fluctuations in the whirlpool in the territory became even more bizarre and violent. It was as if all the power was attracted by Yang Kai, and it launched a ferocious and cruel final attack on him. In an instant, his Shi was destroyed, and he was completely submerged. Shui Sun couldn't help screaming and turned her head away. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai explode and die. The expected sound of flesh and blood flying did not come. Shui Sun was bewildered, but in the next moment, she heard Yang Kai's laughter. In this desperate situation, he seemed extremely carefree. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Yang Kai again. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai, who was submerged in the territory field, was unharmed. How could this be? Shui Sun was stunned. She clearly didn't feel Yang Kai releasing any Shi. He was in the center of the territory vortex without any precaution, but he was still safe and sound. There was a mysterious power lingering around Yang Kai, allowing him to merge with the territory vortex. If she didn't look with her eyes, Shui Sun felt that she definitely wouldn't be able to discover Yang Kai's existence. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the territory vortex, becoming a part of it. His footsteps paused in midair, and he suddenly descended to the center of the vortex. As his foot landed, the chaotic domain vortex that was stirred up by him returned to normal. The terrifying pressure that should have been there came from all directions again. Shui Sun couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as she struggled to resist. The old man and the other two were so lucky. When the pressure was greatly reduced, they madly rushed in, and in an instant, rushed in dozens of feet, and were only about 10 feet away from Yang Kai's position. Now that the pressure from the territory vortex had returned, how could they withstand it? The sudden pressure from the territory vortex horrified the trio, causing them to cry out in panic as they desperately pushed their Saint Chi and summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect themselves while attempting to retreat. This was not a place they could enter at all. If Yang Kai hadn't attracted most of the pressure from the territory vortex before, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Now that they wanted to return, it was undoubtedly too late. The mysterious strangling force that erupted from the territory vortex was too much for them to contend with. Their defensive artifacts exploded one after another, and as they screamed, the trio exploded one after another, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Shui Sun stared at all this in a daze, watching 3 third-order origin returning realm masters die in just 3 breaths of time. A chill ran down her spine. She suddenly remembered Yang Kai's warning before. If you don't want to die, just wait there. She was certain that if she hadn't listened to Yang Kai's advice at that time, the old man and the other two would have ended up the same way, and she would have died on the spot. A feeling of escaping from death inexplicably welled up in her heart, causing Shui Sun's face to turn slightly pale. This guy, has he been planning this all along? Has he always wanted to integrate himself into the vortex in the territory of the territory in order to get rid of the vortex targeting him? Where did he get the confidence to do this? How deep is his understanding of Shi? Has he already comprehended the mysteries of the territory vortex? Shui Sun had countless questions lingering in her heart, but she couldn't ask them. She only knew that this human's attainments in the martial Tao were something she could only look up to. In fact, Although the vortex in the territory in front of them was powerful enough, if the old man and the other two had advanced step by step and comprehended its mysteries bit by bit, they might have had a chance to reach its center and wouldn't have died tragically. The bad thing was that they didn't have this opportunity. Yang Kai gave them hope, but when they saw the light, he brought despair to them. He had effortlessly used the power of the vortex in the territory to kill all three of them. If this was all part of his plan from the beginning, then it was simply too despicable. It should just be a coincidence, right? Shui Sun's expression was extremely complicated. What are you waiting for? Let's go out. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, startling Shui Sun slightly. When she came back to her senses, she found that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of her and was playing with two domain stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Saying so, he casually tossed one of the territory stones over. Shui Sun caught it and glanced at him suspiciously, frowning as she asked, "Why did you give me a piece?" "I didn't do anything." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "You brought me here, and you were the one who discovered the territory stone first, so I gave you a piece. Don't you want it? If you don't want it, then give it back." Shui Sun quickly put the territory stone into her space ring. This was a free advantage, so why not? Yang Kai grinned. "I'll give you a piece of the territory stone. I'll take the space rings of those three. There doesn't seem to be anything good inside." "I don't want to share their space rings," Shui Sun replied lightly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Then we'll part ways here. I wish you good luck." "You're not going out?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I want to stay here and continue to meditate." Yang Kai nodded and didn't force her, instead saying seriously, "Then I wish you good luck as well. I'll be going first." As he spoke, he brushed past her and strode out. "Yang Kai!" Shui Sun suddenly shouted from behind. "What?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Can I ask, how did you integrate yourself into the vortex in the territory?" Shui Sun looked at him curiously. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, "I took advantage of the situation." "Took advantage of the situation?" Shui Sun's brow furrowed as she carefully pondered over the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and a look of gratitude appeared on her face as she sincerely said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yang Kai waved his hand gently before walking away without looking back. Over the next few days, Yang Kai continued to move around the blood prison. Once he found a vortex in the territory that met his requirements, he would go and study it to understand its mysteries. Absorbing the mysteries of the vortexes in the territory, Yang Kai's sure grew at a terrifying speed. There was no vortex in the territory that could trap him and make him unable to extricate himself. Most of the vortexes in the territory could enter and exit at will, and even if he occasionally encountered some powerful vortexes, it would take him some time to integrate himself into them, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the vortexes. Yang Kai found that the method Su Ding Yang had taught him was somewhat wrong. Comprehending the mysteries of the territory vortexes and using one's own sure to resist them may be a good method, but integrating one's own sure into them would allow one to explore their mysteries at a deeper level. This was why Yang Kai had told Shui Sun to take advantage of the situation. However, if one wanted to do this, they needed to have extremely strong control over their own sure, otherwise, it would be tantamount to asking for humiliation. Yang Kai did not obtain many territory stones. Even in the blood prison, territory stones were extremely rare. Half a month after separating from Shui Sun, Yang Kai had encountered several dozen large and small territory vortexes but had only managed to find 2 territory stones. While he was on his way, Yang Kai had studied the strange territory stones. These stones did contain the power of a territory, similar to the territory vortexes in the blood prison. However, the territory power contained in these territory stones was very gentle, not as violent and difficult to deal with as the vortexes in the territory. This gentleness was enough for any origin returning realm master to safely absorb these stones, improve their understanding of Sure, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. This was also one of the reasons why territory stones were so valuable. Besides Shui Sun, Yang Kai did not meet anyone else he knew. Whether it was the monster race masters who had come here from Monster Star or Chin Tong, and the others who had stayed on Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai did not meet any of them. Yang Kai did not know whether Qian Tong and the others had entered the blood prison or not, but the main reason they had stayed on Green Mountain Star at that time was because of this, so it was unlikely they would miss such a grand event. They should have come in, but Yang Kai did not know where they were. Occasionally, when he had some free time, Yang Kai would take out his communication artifact and pour his divine sense into it, hoping to contact Qian Tong and the others. Unfortunately, after so many days, there was no response from his communication artifact. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in a secluded place, recovering his energy and taking out his communication artifact to investigate. He did not have much hope, but when he poured his divine sense into it, he could not help smiling and quickly began to investigate. Qian Tong had actually responded. What's more, he was actually summoning his companions to his location. Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something incredible. Chapter 1598. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, in a stone pavilion atop a high peak, Luo Hai's eyes were closed, as if he was silently perceiving something. The other Origin King Realm Masters were all paying attention to his movements. They could not know anything about the situation inside the blood prison, and only Luo Hai, as the Star Master, could spy on it. Naturally, Luo Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. After a long time, Luo Hai opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, did you discover something? Why are you so happy? The old woman from Sword Union asked quickly. Good news, good news. Luo Hai gently nodded. Good news? The beautiful woman from Purple Star raised her brow as she glanced over at Luo Hai thoughtfully, revealing a look of understanding as she asked, Brother Luo Hai means, haha, yes, there is only one good news in the blood prison, and it's exactly as you think. Luo Hai gently nodded and quickly said, a stone mountain has appeared in my territory. A stone mountain has appeared in my territory? Everyone was shocked. And this really is a joyous event. The old woman smiled so widely that her face wrinkled. The little ones who entered the blood prison this time are really blessed to have encountered such a joyous event. It seems they are luckier than most. Senior Sister Lei need not envy others. When you entered the blood prison 2,000 years ago, didn't you also encounter such a joyous event? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Haha, yes, 2,000 years have passed in a flash. The old woman's face showed a trace of nostalgia. If I had not encountered a stone mountain in my territory, this old woman would not have been able to spy on the mysteries of my territory and break through to the Origin King realm. It can be said that the stone mountain in my territory is the foundation of this old woman's current realm. Senior Sister Lei encountered a stone mountain in your territory? Many people showed surprised expressions and someone shouted, Why didn't I have such good luck? When I entered the blood prison, the stone mountain in my territory was surrounded by a powerful territory field, making it impossible to see what it was. This is luck. Luo Hai chuckled. The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It is extremely sturdy, and even an Origin King may not necessarily be able to damage it. It is so huge that no one can take it away. It was the best place for Origin returning realm masters to comprehend the mysteries of their own territory, but unfortunately, it was shrouded in various fierce territory fields all year round. Only occasionally would these territory fields weaken and reveal the true appearance of the stone mountains within their territory. On the other hand, the blood prison only opens once every 1,000 years, and when it does, the stone mountain in our territory may not appear, so it's normal that you haven't encountered it yet. There's no need to envy Senior Sister Lei's luck. Aren't all of you Origin Kings now? Even so, if I had encountered a stone mountain in the territory back then, I wouldn't have needed to cultivate bitterly for 300 years to break through to this realm. After speaking, a look of resentment appeared on his face as he lamented that he was not as lucky as the old woman surnamed Lei. The old woman smiled and said, Why are you sighing here? This old woman was lucky enough to encounter a stone mountain in our territory, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, this old woman has not been able to make any further progress. I'm afraid this old woman will be stuck here for the rest of her life. Senior Sister Lei doesn't need to belittle yourself. Who can say for sure? Perhaps one day, Senior Sister Lei will be blessed with good fortune and break through to the second-order Origin King realm, the beautiful woman comforted. Although there were many frictions between the great forces in the Star Territory, as Origin Kings, there was more or less some friendship between them. So it wasn't a big deal for the old woman to offer some casual words of comfort. I hope so, the old woman forced a smile. The old woman smiled reluctantly, but suddenly frowned and said with a worried look, however, although the appearance of a stone mountain in our territory is a happy event, I'm afraid it will be a much more difficult test for those little brats. This old woman fought a life and death battle in order to compete for a good position back then and almost died. This time, I'm afraid many of them will die. Whether it's a blessing or a curse will depend on their own good fortune. It's useless for us to worry here. The old man from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce slowly shook his head. That's true. By the way, Master Luo Hai, that second-order Origin returning realm brat, how is he doing right now? Is he dead or alive? The old woman suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Hai, seemingly very interested in Yang Kai. Luo Hai smiled lightly and said, he's still alive. This king can feel his vitality. He's still alive. The old woman was overjoyed. Great. This old woman was really afraid his luck would be bad and he would be killed by that powerful guy. It seems his luck is much better than this old woman's. I'm really looking forward to the day he walks out of the blood prison. This old woman wants to see if this little brat really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He definitely doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He's just courageous. Luo Hai suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he tried to sense his surroundings. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, could he have encountered some kind of trouble? The beautiful woman from Purple Star asked nervously. No one wanted to see Kai Yang get into trouble, or even die. They all regarded Yang Kai as a rising star of their force and were all prepared to wait for him to emerge from the blood prison before offering extremely generous conditions to win him over. He hasn't encountered any trouble, but this king thinks he's looking for trouble, Luo Hai said in a strange tone. What do you mean? The old woman asked nervously. He's actually heading towards the stone mountain in our territory. Luo Hai's expression became extremely strange. Huh? Everyone was shocked. Why would he go in the direction of the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman asked with a look of disappointment. That little brat is simply courting death. How could he possibly go there? If he were to be involved in some kind of dispute. This little guy is really too troublesome. The beautiful Purple Star woman sighed with a helpless look on her face. Yang Kai was trapped inside the blood prison, so none of them could intervene and could only watch as Yang Kai walked into danger. All the Origin King realm masters couldn't wait to break into the blood prison right now, fish Yang Kai out, and teach him a lesson. Things are getting more and more interesting. This little brat's courage is really big, Luo Hai smiled softly. Master Luo Hai, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to that little brat and see if he's there. The old woman asked nervously. All right, although I can't investigate too carefully, this king can still sense whether he's alive or not. If something really happens, this king will definitely tell you, Luo Hai nodded, not refusing such a request. He himself was also very interested in Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble Master Luo Hai. Inside the blood prison, at a certain location, there was a small hill. Although it was called a small hill, it was actually just a slightly larger one. It was no more than 300 meters high and covered an area of only a few dozen meters. This small hill gave off a strange luster and a gentle territory aura radiated from it. A stone mountain in the territory, a treasure of the blood prison. Its main body was actually a huge piece of territory stone. No one knew how it was born, but since its birth, it had always existed inside the blood prison. It was shrouded in a terrifying territory all year round, making it impossible for anyone to enter and see the true appearance of the stone mountain in the territory. The territory field around the stone mountain in the territory was recognized as the most powerful territory in the blood prison. No Origin returning realm cultivator dared to challenge it, and anyone who dared to do so had died a violent death. Although it was shrouded in a powerful territory all year round, there were also times when this territory would weaken, and only at such times would the stone mountain in the territory be exposed. There was no pattern to this phenomenon, but every time the blood prison opened, perhaps 1 in 10 times, the stone mountain in the territory would be exposed to the eyes of the world. Every time this happened, all the origin returning realm masters who heard this news would be like cats that had smelled blood and would gather at the foot of the stone mountain in the territory, searching for a suitable position to comprehend the mysteries emanating from the stone mountain. This was much safer and more effective than breaking into the whirlpool in the territory. The mysteries emanating from the stone mountain in the territory could be easily absorbed by a cultivator, allowing them to spy on the mysteries of the territory. Some cultivator who originally had no chance to break through to the Origin King realm were able to do so because they encountered the stone mountain in the territory. For example, the old woman surnamed Lei from Sword Union was one of them. For tens of thousands of years, although the stone mountain had only appeared a few times in the territory, it still did not diminish the enthusiasm of the cultivator. At this moment, there were hundreds of third-order origin returning realm masters gathered around the stone mountain in the territory. These people came from all corners of the star territory, either in groups of 3 or 5 or in groups of 7 or 8, occupying different positions. There were a total of 7 groups, all of them clearly divided. Among these groups, the ones with the largest number of people occupied the best positions, each of them revealing their imposing auras, the artifacts in their hands shining brightly as they looked around coldly. No one dared to provoke them, not only because they had the advantage in numbers, but also because their backgrounds were not small. The remaining groups, according to their strength, also occupied different geographical positions. Nearly 100 people had surrounded almost the entire stone mountain in the territory. Although there was still some open space left, there was a steady stream of cultivator who had heard the news and rushed here from all directions. It was not hard to imagine that these open spaces would eventually be occupied by the cultivator groups. Those who came late and didn't get a good position would definitely challenge the weaker groups and forcibly occupy the advantageous positions. On the left side of the stone mountain in the territory, 3 third-order origin returning realm cultivator had gathered. Of the 3, 2 were known to Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the beautiful woman from Star Emperor Mountain, Lin Yurao, while the other was someone Yang Kai had never met before. At this moment, the 3 of them were secretly circulating their Saint Qi, holding their most powerful artifacts in their hands as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The 3 of them had arrived early, so the positions they occupied were not bad, but as the number of cultivator groups continued to increase, some of them were already eyeing them with malicious intent, as if they were contemplating whether or not to attack the 3 of them and drive them away. If the 3 of them had not displayed enough strength, they would definitely not have been able to protect their territory. However, continuing to be vigilant was not a solution. The stone mountain had already appeared in the territory, and the powerful and numerous groups had already begun to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. If the 3 of them continued to delay like this, the gains would not make up for the losses. The 3 of them were intent on comprehending the mysteries of the stone mountain, but they did not dare to lower their guard. Chapter 1599. Elder Qian, Elder Yang, Elder Mo, and the others, have they responded? Among the 3, an old man in a brown robe looked around from time to time and asked Qian Tong in a low voice. Not yet. Qian Tong shook his head slowly and replied worriedly, I don't know where they went. My communication artifact can't contact them at all. What about Vice City Lord Ning? Have you contacted him yet? The old man sighed, I can't contact him either. I don't know where Brother Ning went. The 2 looked at each other and saw the anxiety and helplessness in each other's eyes. The old man was the city lord of Green Mountain Star's Greenwater City. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star and returned to Tongxian Realm, Qian Tong and his group of 5 stayed behind to prepare to participate in the Blood Prison trial a few years later. The city lord of Greenwater City was also very good at dealing with people. After learning that Qian Tong and the others had arrived, he tried his best to invite them to serve as Greenwater City's honored guest elders. Qian Tong and the others did not want to cause any misunderstandings and also needed a place to settle down, so they readily agreed. Over the past few years, everyone got along quite well, and there were no gaps or frictions between them. As soon as the Blood Prison trial opened, they entered the Blood Prison with the old man and the Vice City Lord surnamed Ning. Everyone here was a third-order origin returning realm master and had entered this place to comprehend the mysteries of their territory in hopes of prying into the mysteries of the origin king realm. Of course, it was impossible for all 7 of them to travel together. As such, everyone dispersed. A few days ago, when the old man heard the news of a stone mountain appearing in his territory, he immediately used his communication artifact to contact his companions, but only Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao had arrived. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, MOU of Clear Sky Sect, and Greenwater City's Vice City Lord Ning had not responded. Seeing that more and more people were arriving, Qian Tong and the others were naturally anxious. Without absolute strength in numbers, it was impossible to keep the territory they occupied at the moment. Not far away, a cultivator who had just arrived failed to grab a good spot and was looking over with ill intentions. However, there were too few of them, only 2, so they naturally did not act rashly. However, they were also constantly pouring their divine senses into the communication compass, as if they were trying to establish contact with someone. Once they called for help, the situation would be dire. Elder Lin, is there a response from your side? The elderly man turned his expectant gaze to Lin Yu Rao. The latter slowly shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. No. What should we do? The elderly man was anxious and uneasy. An enormous opportunity was right in front of him, yet he had no time or opportunity to comprehend it. He could only wait here, and this was even more unbearable than killing him. Wait for another half a day, just another half a day. If Elder Yang and the others still don't come, we will leave. The elderly man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Although the appearance of the stone mountain in his territory was a heaven-sent opportunity, he did not want to lose his life here. The stone mountain in his territory was still stable for the time being, but he believed that it would not be long before this place became chaotic. There would definitely be many cultivators fighting over the position. Leave. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy as his eyes filled with unwillingness. No one wanted to pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm more than him from Shadowed Star. If Yang Kai had not taken him away from Shadowed Star and brought him here, he would never have been able to escape the shackles of world principles and would never have had the opportunity to touch the higher realms of the martial Tao. Yang Kai had given him this opportunity, and now that there was an even greater opportunity in front of him, he was naturally unwilling to take the initiative to leave. Oh! Just as he was feeling annoyed, Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed, and he poured his divine sense into the communication compass in his hand. Is someone coming? Greenwater City's City Lord saw Qian Tong's expression change and asked with joy. Lin Yu Rao's expression also changed as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Qian Tong. Qian Tong did not respond and continued to investigate the communication compass, only letting out a laugh after a while. Yes, someone is coming. Who is it? Is it Elder Yang, Elder Chu, or Elder Mo? None of them. Qian Tong slowly shook his head. None of them? Could it be Brother Ning? Greenwater City's City Lord's expression changed as he nodded. It's fine if Brother Ning is here. His strength is not weak. It's not Brother Ning either. Then who is it? Greenwater City's City Lord was stunned to the extreme. Qian Tong's group only had 5 people, and now there were 2 of them by his side. There were also more than 3 people who had come, causing him to be confused. Lin Yu Rao also wore a puzzled look as she stared at Qian Tong suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by this. Qian Tong chuckled, glanced at Lin Yu Rao, and said, Yang Kai is here. Lin Yu Rao's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise, Sect Master is here? How come he's here? Didn't he return to his homeland? I'm also quite surprised. Qian Tong chuckled, a look of relief on his face. Maybe he came back in time. When he left Green Mountain Star, didn't he say that if there was enough time, he might come back? Elder Qian, are you sure? Are you sure that was Sect Master's response? How could I be wrong about such a thing? Qian Tong shook his head repeatedly. Although this old master is a bit old, I'm not so old that I'm confused, right? That's great. Lin Yu Rao jumped up with joy. Since Sect Master is here, things will be much easier. The 2 of them spoke one after another, their words revealing their admiration for Yang Kai. Although Greenwater City's City Lord didn't know who Yang Kai was, from their expressions, He knew he had an incredible helper. Relaxing his tense mood, the city lord smiled as he turned to Lin Yurao and said, "Elder Lin, can you briefly tell this city lord about your sect master? This old master has never met him before, so when we meet later, I can't be too rude." The elderly man was well aware of Lin Yurao's strength and knew she was definitely stronger than him. Not only Lin Yurao, but Qian Tong's group of 5 also seemed to be much stronger than ordinary third-order origin returning realm masters. Their understanding of Shi was extremely profound, and their Saint Qi was incredibly dense. At first, the elderly man didn't quite understand why this was the case, but after interacting with them for a long time, he learned that the Star Qian Tong and the others came from had a mysterious world principle that prevented them from breaking through to the Origin King realm, forcing them to temper themselves in the Origin Returning realm. As such, they were able to reach an extremely high level in the Origin Returning realm, surpassing the Origin realm masters of other stars. It wasn't unreasonable to take a sip and peck at everything. And someone who could be called sect master by a master like Lin Yurao was obviously stronger than her, right? Most likely, he had already taken half a step into the Origin King realm. Green Water City's city lord took it for granted. With the arrival of such a powerful helper, Green Water City's city lord was naturally overjoyed. What should I say about him? Lin Yurao couldn't help showing an awkward look on her face, as if she found it difficult to speak. Haha, it's hard to explain, but after you meet him, Brother Zhao will understand. Qian Tong smiled to the side, as if he also felt that explaining was useless. Yang Kai could not be judged by common sense. And that's fine. The elderly man nodded lightly, not insisting. In any case, they would meet in a while, so there was no point in asking now. But Brother Zhao, this Qian must tell you in advance that this sect Master Yang is not someone you can judge by his appearance. Qian Tong said casually. A person can't judge by his appearance? Green Water City's city lord frowned, his expression blank, not understanding what Qian Tong meant by this. He's here. Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in a low voice, raising his eyes and looking in a certain direction. When Green Water City's city lord heard this, he quickly pulled himself together and prepared to meet this powerful helper in his best state. A figure flew over from a very distant place at an extremely fast speed. When Qian Tong said those words, this figure was still far away on the horizon, only a small black dot visible, but after only 3 breaths of time, a handsome young man suddenly appeared not far from the stone mountain in Green Water City's territory. Yang Kai, come here, Qian Tong shouted. Around the stone mountain in Green Water City's territory, countless cultivator glared at him. Qian Tong couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh, realizing that his joy had been a little too conspicuous, so he quickly kept a low profile. Yang Kai, who had just arrived, first glanced at the huge stone mountain in Green Water City's territory, a trace of surprise flashing across his eyes before his figure flickered, and he arrived in front of Qian Tong and the others, enthusiastically greeting them, Elder Qian, Elder Lin. Greetings, Sect Master. Lin Yurao quickly saluted. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite, asking in amazement, why is it only the 2 of you here? Where are the others? I couldn't contact them, so I don't know where they went. Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Have you returned from Green Water City? Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. With such a grand event like the blood prison trial, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it in time, Qian Tong laughed. Being able to come here is also a stroke of luck, Yang Kai replied casually, not saying too much. Being able to come here was indeed a stroke of luck. He had only gone to Monster Star to see Shanqing Luo. He had not expected to be able to come to the blood prison from Monster Star. Saying so, he glanced over at Green Water City's city lord and asked suspiciously, this is, oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Green Water City's city lord, Zhao Tianze, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is the Yang Kai I told you about. Zhao Tianze stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his expression extremely strange. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zhao Tianze had been scrutinizing him. After all, the previous conversation between Qian Tong and Lin Yurao had greatly elevated Yang Kai's strength and status, causing Zhao Tianze to have high expectations for Yang Kai's arrival. Zhao Tianze thought that this person was a peak third-order origin returning realm master. He thought that this person would definitely be much stronger than Qian Tong and Lin Yurao. But as soon as they met, Zhao Tianze realized that something was wrong. The person who had come was actually a young man, but that wasn't all, and the aura fluctuations coming from this person were actually only second-order origin returning realm. Zhao Tianze almost thought he was seeing things and repeatedly swept Yang Kai with his divine sense, only confirming that this person was really just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Zhao Tianze was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1600. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, Zhao Tianze finally understood what Qian Tong meant when he said that a person could not be judged by their appearance. So this was what he was referring to. What could a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivator do? Even if he had the ability to fight above his realm, it was impossible for him to change the current situation. His arrival would not be of much help to the overall situation. It could only be said that they had gained an extra helper. Zhao Tianze's mood suddenly became depressed. However, he was still a city lord and had a good relationship with Qian Tong, Lin Yurao, and the others, so of course, he could not show his disappointment too obviously. Putting a smile on his face, Zhao Tian cupped his fists and greeted. This Zhao greets Sect Master Yang. Sect Master Yang in. Sure enough, you are young and promising. This praise was obviously insincere, and anyone could hear it. Yang Kai spoke politely and naturally did not make a fuss. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao exchanged a glance, but did not explain too much. They were well aware of Yang Kai's strength. It could be said that Yang Kai alone was equivalent to several third-order origin returning realm cultivators. This gave them the confidence to stay in this place. Oh, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator actually came here. He actually managed to survive in the blood prison for so long. His luck is quite good. But his luck is about to run out. I bet he won't live past today. He really doesn't know life from death, actually running so close to our territory's stone mountain. This little brat is really stupid. Not only did he fail to provide any help to his companions, but he also exposed the weakness of their team. Just watch, they're finished. Whispers suddenly rang out all around as countless cultivators stared at Yang Kai with a playful look on their faces, as if they were looking at some kind of rare treasure. Around the stone mountain in the territory, there were hundreds of origin returning realm masters, all of them third order. Yang Kai, a mere second-order cultivator, suddenly stood out from the crowd and naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai was unperturbed and didn't care about the clamor of those people. On the contrary, Zhao Tianze's expression became more and more uneasy. Originally, with him, Qian Tong, and Lin Yurao here, even if some people were eyeing them covetously, they could still rely on their momentum to stabilize the situation. But as soon as Yang Kai arrived, their position immediately became the focus of attention. Divine senses swept towards them and powerful auras pressed down on them, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. The arrival of this young man named Yang Kai seemed to have made their situation even more difficult. He looked left and right, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Yang Kai, there seems to be something wrong with these two. They've been staring at us. Qian Tong leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered, gesturing to the side as he spoke. Following his gaze, Yang Kai looked over and found two third-order origin returning realm cultivators standing not far away, constantly glancing towards them. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze, one of them did not avoid meeting his gaze and sneered. The other person was holding a communication compass in his hand and seemed to be communicating with someone. I know, Yang Kai nodded lightly, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. He vaguely felt that the clothes these two were wearing were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star all this time and rarely interacted with Cultivator from other stars, so he couldn't remember when he had seen them. Was it in the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai thought secretly. Only when the Emperor Garden was open did he have frequent contact with Cultivator from other stars. By the way, where is this place? What is this huge territory stone? Why are there so many people gathered here? Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and asked curiously. He had sensed Qian Tong's summons and hurried here. As for the stone mountains in the territory, he knew nothing about them. This is a stone mountain in the territory. Qiantong replied, we only just learned that there is such a thing in the blood prison. As for the specific situation, I'll have to ask Brother Zhao to explain it to you. He knows more about it. Then I'll have to trouble City Lord Zhao. Yang Kai cupped his fists to Zhao Tianzhe. Sect Master Yang is too polite. Zhao Tianzhe laughed dryly. Zhao Tianzhe let out a hollow laugh. Although he was still a little uneasy, it wasn't a problem for him to explain the mysteries of the lower territory stone mountains to Yang Kai. Hearing him say this, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. So, the probability of a stone mountain appearing in the territory is very small? That's only natural. Out of the 10 blood prison trials, Domain Stone Mountain may only appear once. Apart from that, it is enveloped by an extremely terrifying domain all year round, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Zhao Tianzhe nodded. Has no one ever thought about taking it away? Yang Kai stared at the huge territory stone with burning eyes. Such a large piece of territory stone. If it could be taken away, presumably even an origin king would be envious, right? If placed in any sect, this stone would become a hallowed treasure and many origin kings would be born because of it. The gentle territory fielded exuded allowed one to safely comprehend it. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Zhao Tianzhe's mouth twitched, not to mention that this territory stone is extremely heavy and no one can move it. Even if someone could, they wouldn't dare touch it. Why is that? Yang Kai was stunned. If a powerful hidden territory field is triggered, who can resist it? Zhao Tianzhe's expression became solemn as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange expression. He wanted to say that Yang Kai was a bit ignorant, but he was too embarrassed to say so. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded, finally understanding the peculiarity of this stone mountain in the territory. Staring at the stone mountain in the territory for a while, he suddenly grinned. But this is really an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Since we've come here and occupied a good place, let's not waste any more time and quickly comprehend this stone mountain. I can see many of them are already doing so. With just the few of us? Zhao Tianzhe was stunned. Who else are we waiting for? It's not that we're waiting for anyone. It's just that with just the few of us, if we're attacked while we're comprehending this stone mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Tianzhe worriedly pointed to the group with the largest number of people and said, Sect Master Yang, look over there. There are quite a few of them. So 2 of them can stand guard while everyone else can focus on comprehending this stone mountain. But there are only 4 of us. I'll take over for you. The 3 of you can comprehend this stone mountain, Yang Kai said generously. This. Zhao Tianzhe was stunned, but also showed a trace of gratitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly touched him. Regardless of his strength, this young man's character was still quite good. Sect Master, I'll do it, Lin Yurao volunteered. No need, don't waste time. Yang Kai waved his hand and urged, the earlier you comprehend this stone mountain, the more benefits you'll obtain. All right then. Qiantong pondered for a moment before nodding, then Yang Kai, I'll leave it to you. We won't immerse ourselves in this stone mountain. If anything happens, we'll be the first to react. Once I've comprehended this stone mountain, I'll switch with you. And Qiantong and Lin Yurao glanced at each other before sitting down cross-legged. Zhao Tianzhe hesitated for a moment before leaning over to Qiantong and whispering, Elder Qian, can we really do this? He really didn't feel comfortable leaving his safety in Yang Kai's hands, so he would rather have Qiantong or Lin Yurao standing next to him. When Yang Kai does things, you can rest assured. Qiantong reached out and patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhao Tianzhe smiled bitterly. He really didn't know where Qiantong's confidence in Yang Kai came from, but seeing that both he and Lin Yurao had closed their eyes and were meditating, Zhao Tianzhe couldn't help but grit his teeth and sit down cross-legged. However, he didn't dare immerse himself too deeply in this stone mountain, lest he fail to react in time. Seeing that the 3 of them had entered a meditative state, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged and stared at the stone mountain in front of him with great interest. Before this, he couldn't have imagined that there would be such a large piece of territory stone in the blood prison. He had explored several dozen territory vortexes and had only obtained a total of 3 pieces, each of which was only the size of a fist, one of which had been given to Shui Sunday. Such a large piece of territory stone. If he could obtain it, Yang Kai was greatly tempted, his eyes rolling as he grinned meaningfully. Just as he was thinking about this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look to the side. Not far away, a group of 4 people was rushing over, and a moment later, the 4 of them arrived in front of the stone mountain in his territory. Stopping in their tracks, they all stared at the stone mountain in his territory with scorching eyes, their breathing rapid, each of them showing a look of joy and excitement. The appearance of a stone mountain in his territory was an opportunity for anyone. "You're finally here." Someone greeted them and complained. Yang Kai looked carefully and recognized this person as the one who had sneered at him before. He and his companion had been contacting someone and had been paying attention to Qian Tong and the others. It seemed that the companion they had contacted before had arrived. "We ran into some trouble on the way. We met a dragon lady." The man in the lead replied in a deep voice. "A dragon lady?" The person who asked was stunned. I don't know where she came from, but she was ridiculously strong. If it weren't for the 4 of us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Fortunately, there were more of us and we managed to injure her, but unfortunately, she managed to escape." The man in the lead replied angrily. "That dragon lady was really beautiful. Brother Kai, you didn't see her, but if you did, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to walk," someone giggled. "Are you exaggerating?" The cultivator surnamed Kai curled his lips, obviously not believing him. "I'm not exaggerating. That dragon lady was definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. But the aura she gave off was also very strange, somewhat similar to monster Qi, but also somewhat similar to human saint Qi. It's a mix, I can't really tell." "Forget it. Let's not talk about that dragon lady." The man in the lead waved his hand, interrupting the man's chatter. "Brother Kai, what's the situation here?" "That's about it." The man in the lead shrugged. The man surnamed Kai shrugged. "As you can see, there's only so much space around Domain Stone Mountain. The innermost layer has already been occupied by those who came here first, but there's still a lot of space on the outside." Chapter 1601. Hearing this, the man leading the group frowned and said unhappily, "I don't want to be too far away from the stone mountains in our territory. What's the point of being too far away? I want the innermost position." "Then we'll have to snatch it." The man surnamed Kai grinned. "Have you found a suitable target yet?" "I've found one," the man surnamed Kai said. He glanced back towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and chuckled meaningfully. "And the position isn't bad." The man leading the group glanced towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and immediately showed a satisfied look, nodding. "The position is indeed good. We'll take this one." "They won't necessarily give in," the man surnamed Kai chuckled. Noticing that Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on them, he shot a cold glance back. "That little brat seems to have been paying attention to us. Since we've chosen them, they have no choice but to give in." The man leading the group coldly snorted, meeting Yang Kai's gaze head-on and striding forward. The other 5 followed closely behind, their auras extremely sharp. In a flash, the 6 people arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and the others. The man leading the group looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and coldly asked, "Boy, where did you come from?" Yang Kai grinned and said lightly, "From Shadowed Star." "Shadowed Star?" The man leading the group frowned and curled his lips. "Never heard of it. This king has taken a fancy to your place. Quickly move out, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai sat on the ground, picked his ear casually, and snorted, "Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Can you say it again?" The man leading the group sneered, "Boy, you've got guts. This king believes you're not deaf. This king won't repeat himself twice. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. If you don't want to die." The 5 people behind him let out low chuckles, and their threatening intent was very strong. "What is this? Everyone, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why get so worked up?" Zhao Tianze suddenly stood up with a helpless look on his face. Although Yang Kai had said that he would be responsible for comprehending the mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in his territory, how could Zhao Tianze be at ease to entrust his life to Yang Kai? No matter how much Qian Tong and Lin Yurao admired him, To Zhao Tianze, Yang Kai was just a stranger. Moreover, it was an unfamiliar second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Therefore, he did not immerse himself in his thoughts. The moment there was a commotion, he immediately noticed it and quickly jumped out to smooth things over. This one is Green Mountains, Stars Green Water City's City Lord, Zhao Tianze. Greetings, friends. May I ask for your names? Zhao Tianze chuckled and cupped his fists. The man leading the group looked at Zhao Tianze and then glanced towards Yang Kai, secretly thinking that Zhao Tianze was the one in charge here. As for Yang Kai, who had a lower cultivation, he was just following orders. The man's expression eased greatly as he quickly said, "This king is Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame Sect Zhangqing. These are my friends and fellow disciples from Scarlet Wave Star." Scarlet Wave Star? Brilliant Flame Sect? Yang Kai raised his brow, finally remembering why he felt this name was familiar before. When he met Su Dingyang, who had been strangled in his territory, he had said that he was from Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai felt very strange at that time, as if he had heard the name of this star somewhere before. Now, after hearing Zhangqing's self-introduction, Yang Kai immediately understood. Back in the Emperor Garden, he had met a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star. Moreover, there were two groups of people. One group was this cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect, while the other was called Ice Heart Valley. At that time, the two groups were fighting to the death over the ownership of an ancient cave mansion. Yang Kai happened to pass by and was involved. In the end, Yang Kai even participated and helped the woman from Ice Heart Valley kill a few cultivators from Brilliant Flame Sect. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture and the purple origin furnace were obtained from that hidden ancient cave mansion. No wonder the robes worn by this man surnamed Kai looked familiar. It turned out that he had met him before. Yang Kai grinned with a playful look on his face. So it is friends from Brilliant Flame Sect. Zhao Tianze's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "Forgive my rudeness." Obviously, he had heard of Brilliant Flame Sect before. Zhangqing wore a proud look on his face as he nodded lightly. "Since this friend has heard of my Brilliant Flame Sect, this matter is simple. Quickly ask your companions to clean up and give up their positions. This king does not want to be too harsh. As long as you withdraw, this king can guarantee that he will not hurt you." This. Zhao Tianze's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please forgive me, Brother Zhang, but this matter cannot be decided by me alone. Please allow this Zhao to discuss this matter with these friends." "There's nothing to discuss. This place is not for you to take. Go find another spot," Lin Yurao's tender voice called out. Shi and Qian Tong had long ago been alarmed and had been sitting there watching coldly, but now that they heard Zhao Tianze's words, they naturally could not bear to back down. Shi and Qian Tong shared the same determination to reach the Origin King realm. "Don't you think this is a bit too much?" Qian Tong's face sank as he stared at Zhangqing and the others coldly. "Too much?" Zhangqing sneered. "This king doesn't think it's too much. This king is giving you a chance to live. It's up to you to grasp it. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll kill you all." The man surnamed Kai shouted, his expression becoming impatient. "Everyone, please calm down, calm down." Zhao Tianze frowned as he motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao not to speak first before turning to Zhangqing. "Brother Zhang, please wait a moment. I'll speak to them and give you an answer later." "Good. Since you're half a landlord, this king will give you face, but there's not much time. I want an answer in half a cup of tea's time," Zhangqing reminded coldly. Zhao Tianze nodded bitterly before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao and helplessly asking, "Two friends, do you really not want to back down?" Qian Tong looked at him faintly. "What's wrong? Does Brother Zhao want to withdraw from here?" Zhao Tianze slowly shook his head. "If possible, how could I be willing to withdraw from here? It's just that they outnumber us now, so if we don't follow their wishes, we won't have a good ending." Qian Tong frowned slightly and said with some surprise, "Brother Zhao's courage isn't so small, right? You are a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. What kind of storms have you not seen? Why are you so afraid of this Brilliant Flame Sect? What is their background that makes you so afraid?" Zhao Tianze's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. "Elder Qian can see through it? I won't hide it from you. I am indeed a little afraid of them. Brilliant Flame Sect is based on Scarlet Wave Star, so logically speaking, they have nothing to do with my Green Mountain Star, but their Supreme Elder seems to have a good relationship with the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. We can't afford to offend this group of people. The Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao both narrowed their eyes. Having lived on Green Mountain Star for 2 or 3 years, they naturally knew that there was a powerful Star Master here, a second-order origin king. Do you two understand what I mean? Zhao Tianze looked at them worriedly. I understand, but whether or not we should withdraw, I will listen to Sect Master. If Sect Master tells me to withdraw, I will withdraw, and if Sect Master tells me to stay, I will stay. Lin Yurao raised her eyes and looked at Yang Kai. Listen to him. Zhao Tianze looked depressed, never having expected that the final decision would still be in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai, do you want to withdraw or stay? Qian Tong also looked over. This old master will stay with you. Do we need to withdraw? Yang Kai curled his lips. Naturally, we should stay. How can we miss such a good opportunity? As for those people, rest assured, if they court death, I will fulfill their wishes. With your words, this old master can rest assured. Qian Tong chuckled while Lin Yurao also looked excited. You. Zhao Tianze was really speechless as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Do you still not understand the situation? If you want to court death, why drag Elder Qian and Elder Lin with you? They have put their lives in your hands. You should at least take some responsibility. Don't speak so arrogantly. In the end, you will only suffer. He was obviously a little angry and no longer spoke politely to Yang Kai. If City Lord Zhao feels it is inappropriate, you can leave on your own. Yang Kai looked at him faintly. I am not forcing you to stay and live or die with us. Zhao Tianze was so angry that he could only point at Yang Kai, unable to say a word. When Zhang Qing and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. They suddenly felt that these 4 people were quite interesting. In the face of a great disaster, not only were they not united, they were even fighting amongst themselves. This old master won't bicker with you. Zhao Tianze was almost angered to death by Yang Kai. Turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao, he said, the 2 of you, leave with me, otherwise, they will definitely not be polite. Qian Tong sighed, Brother Zhao, after working together for several years, this Qian is well aware of your character. This Qian understands that you are doing this for our own good. However, there is no need to mention this matter. You should withdraw first. Lin Yurao pursed her lips and smiled. You don't need to go too far. Perhaps you will return later. Zhao Tianze was stunned. Of course, he understood the hidden meaning in Lin Yurao's words, but he couldn't believe it. Glancing at Yang Kai indifferently, Zhao Tianze sighed. I don't know why Elder Qian and Elder Lin have so much confidence in you, but I hope you know what you are doing. After saying so, he walked out disheartened. He had done his best, but Qian Tong and Lin Yurao weren't willing to listen to his advice, so there was nothing he could do. He also didn't have the confidence to stay and help Qian Tong and Lin Yurao fight against the enemy, so he could only choose to leave. Zhang Qing and the others looked at him coldly. There was no need for him to explain. They already knew the result. Sure enough, they didn't try to embarrass Zhao Tianze and instead just swarmed towards Yang Kai's group of 3. It looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Zhang Qing sneered, his eyes as cold as a knife as he said in an unfriendly tone. Don't blame this king for not giving you a chance, you asked for it. Saying so, an extremely sharp shear suddenly spread out and enveloped Yang Kai's group of 3. Chapter 1602. Next to the stone mountain in his territory, Brilliant Flame Sect's Zhang Qing wore a fierce expression as he released his shear to envelop Yang Kai and the others. His shear seemed to be mixed with a special kind of domain, and as soon as it spread out, it made one feel as if they were standing in the middle of a volcanic crater, scorching hot as if they were about to be roasted alive. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao's faces changed slightly as they released their shear to resist this pressure. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of interest. Zhang Qing really had the capital to act so arrogantly. His shear had obviously reached the minor accomplishment stage. Shear was a special kind of power that could be condensed as long as a cultivator broke through to the third-order origin returning realm. As one's cultivation increased, the power of their shear would also increase. However, if one wanted to cultivate their Shi to the minor accomplishment stage, they would need to integrate their own unique kind of power into their Shi in order to strengthen it. For example, Yang Kai was able to integrate his space force into his Shi, and this Zhang Qing was obviously able to do the same, as his Shi contained the power of fire. Among all third-order origin returning realm cultivators, only about 20% of them were able to cultivate their Shi to the minor accomplishment stage, and Zhang Qing was undoubtedly one of them. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao were also among them, so they were able to resist the oppression of Zhang Qing's Shi. This was also the fundamental reason why Zhao Tianzhe felt inferior to Qian Tong and the others. In front of Yang Kai and the others, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked Zhang Qing's Shi, preventing it from advancing any further. Zhang Qing couldn't help feeling shocked as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. If Qian Tong and Lin Yurao were able to resist him, he could understand. After all, these two were also third-order cultivators like him. But what was going on with this young man? He was clearly only a second-order cultivator, so how could he have cultivated his Shi to the minor accomplishment stage? He seemed to be having a much easier time resisting his Shi than the other two behind him. Yang Kai's violent Shi was like a gentle breeze to him, unable to shake him in the slightest. Zhang Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. His heart was shaken. Small success in Shi. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a playful smile on his face. Not bad. As he spoke, he casually glanced around. Ever since Zhang Qing and the others arrived, countless pairs of eyes had been looking in their direction, as if they were waiting for the scene of a great battle to break out. There were also some people whose expressions flickered, and it was unknown if they were scheming something. Yang Kai observed the situation and knew that if he didn't display enough strength this time, even if he forced Zhang Qing and the others to retreat, there might still be others who would come to provoke him. There would be no end to it. After all, their lack of manpower was their biggest weakness. Sneering in his heart, Yang Kai pointed at a cultivator behind Zhang Qing and asked, "I heard you say that you met a dragon lady?" The cultivator was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this at this time. His face turned cold and he replied in a deep voice, "So what? Is the dragon lady wearing a red dress?" "That's right. You injured her?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura flashing in them. "Wrong. I injured her, but unfortunately, it was only a single palm. I wasn't able to take her life." The cultivator sneered. "Very good." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became blurry. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Although it happened suddenly, Zhang Qing and the others reacted quickly. Which one of them hadn't experienced countless life or death battles to be able to cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm? Shocked, they all opened their eyes wide and searched for any trace of Yang Kai. They found nothing. There was no trace of Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the middle of Zhang Qing and the others like a ghost. With a cold expression, he opened his hand and grabbed at the cultivator who had just spoken. "Watch out!" Someone next to him shouted. The cultivator was furious and was about to counterattack, but Yang Kai had already grabbed his head and poured his Saint Qi into his body. Like a hot knife through butter, Yang Kai broke through the layers of Saint Qi protection inside his body and poured it into his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Then, Yang Kai took a step and threw out his arm. The cultivator was directly flung away by Yang Kai. In midair, he suddenly let out a miserable howl, as if he was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Then, with a muffled bang, his whole body suddenly exploded. Blood and organs scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. "I forgot to tell you, that dragon lady is my woman." Yang Kai's expression was ferocious. Everyone was stunned. Trembling, they stared at the blood and flesh floating down from the sky. Looking at the arrogant Yang Kai, who seemed to be unaware of the danger, they even forgot to breathe at this moment. With just one blow, he had instantly killed a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This was something no third-order cultivator could accomplish. Only an origin king realm master could do so. But the young man who killed this cultivator was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a cultivation lower than any other cultivator present. The subtle difference in realms, the intense visual conflict, and the unexpected ending formed a clear psychological contrast, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. Those who had thought about bullying Kai Yang and the others before but didn't make a move couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't bullied Kai Yang and the others at that time. Otherwise, their fates would have been very miserable. "Little brat, you dare." Zhang Qing's fist seemed to burn, and the high temperature caused space to distort. As he punched out, a fiery flood dragon rushed towards Yang Kai. The moment Zhang Qing attacked, his companions also summoned their artifacts one after another, their Saint Qi surging wildly as the brilliance of their artifacts blossomed. A mysterious Shi suddenly broke through the blockade of Zhang Qing's Shi and suppressed them instead. At this moment, everyone's aura was fiercely suppressed back into their bodies, unable to be released at all. Not only that, the space around them solidified, making it difficult for them to move. The circulation of their Saint Qi also seemed to be affected, and the brilliance of the artifacts in their hands suddenly dimmed. The suppression of Shi. They knew better than anyone the reason for this. They had already fallen into Yang Kai's Shi and were unable to extricate themselves. In the past, they had used this method to deal with enemies whose cultivation was lower than their own, and it had worked time and time again. Now, they were being suppressed by a mere second-order cultivator. No one would believe it if they said this, but it was the truth. Their eyes trembled as their muscles bulged as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi, trying to break free from Yang Kai's suppression. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao, however, did not give them a chance to breathe. Qian Tong let out a roar and summoned a coin-like artifact from his finger. This copper coin exuded a dazzling golden light, and as soon as it appeared, it split into 2, then 4, then 8. The sky was filled with golden copper coins, and from the central hole of each copper coin, an extremely sharp attack suddenly shot out towards the enemy like a swarm of locusts, creating a terrifying momentum. Lin Yu Rao's tender body twisted as a multicolored ribbon flew out from her hand and wrapped around one of the enemies. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking rang out from this enemy's body and filthy blood gushed from his mouth. By the time the multicolored ribbon flew back to Lin Yu Rao's hand, the enemy had already collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his aura barely discernible. Yang Kai laughed wildly, not paying any attention to the enemies except for Zhang Qing. Everyone else could be dealt with by Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. Neither of them was weaker than Zhang Qing, so the two of them working together to deal with the enemies suppressed by their Shi was a piece of cake. Yang Kai divided his attention and divided a part of his Shi to contend with Zhang Qing's while at the same time focusing his mind. Accompanied by a high-pitched bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit appeared. "Kill him!" Yang Kai shouted as he pounced towards Zhang Qing. The Firebird artifact spirit flapped its wings and descended like a meteor from the ninth heaven, landing directly above Zhang Qing's head, opening its mouth wide and constantly spitting out fireballs containing violent power. Zhang Qing's complexion changed drastically, not having expected the situation to become like this. The screams coming from all around him terrified him, and the joint attack of Yang Kai and the Firebird artifact spirit was even more difficult for him to cope with. After resisting for less than 3 breaths, Zhang Qing's lower abdomen was pierced by Yang Kai's punishing heaven spear, and the Firebird took advantage of this opportunity to smash a fireball directly into his head. Zhang Qing's hair was burnt, and he cut a sorry figure as he grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme resentment flashing across his face as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder. Thin arcs of lightning also appeared on the surface of his body, giving off an astonishing momentum. With a flash of golden light, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread, catching Zhang Qing off guard and binding him up. Looking at him with a playful look, Yang Kai sneered, "Do you think I don't know you cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire? Do you want to use this secret technique to take me down with you?" "How do you know?" Zhang Qing's face changed slightly. "Because I killed a few people from your brilliant flame sect in the Emperor Garden." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as the golden blood thread that bound Zhang Qing suddenly contracted. Voila. The extremely sharp golden blood thread broke through Zhang Qing's Saint Qi defenses and cut him into countless pieces, scattering his body on the ground. The battle ended. Only 10 breaths of time had passed, so fast that it was difficult to follow. On Scarlet Wave Star's side, the 6 cultivators led by brilliant flame sect Zhang Qing had been completely wiped out. On the other hand, Yang Kai and his 2 companions were unscathed. The audience was shocked. All the cultivators stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a monster, a look of disbelief flashing across their eyes. They had watched this battle from beginning to end, so naturally, they knew how big of a role Yang Kai had played. It could be said that he had single-handedly suppressed Zhang Qing's group of 6. If it were not for his Shi being so powerful, Qian Tong and Lin Yurao would not have been able to kill their enemies so easily. Of the 6 cultivators, only Zhang Qing was able to release his Shi slightly from his body. The other 5 were unable to release their Shi at all, and were all suppressed inside their bodies, unable to play the slightest role. How could an origin-returning realm cultivator who could not display the power of his Shi be an origin-returning realm cultivator? Chapter 1603. Zhang Qing and the others did not seem to be facing a second-order origin-returning realm opponent, but a genuine origin king. Around the stone mountains in the territory, everyone's eyes became dignified as they stared at Yang Kai. They realized that this was an extremely terrifying opponent. Many of the cultivator groups who were closer to Yang Kai and the others retreated without a trace, subconsciously opening up some distance from Yang Kai, as if they were avoiding the plague. A purple thunder fire emerged from Zhang Qing's body. This thunder fire not only contained the scorching heat of fire, but also the violent power of lightning. It was a secret technique that all powerful cultivators in Brilliant Flame Sect were proficient in cultivating. Last time in the Emperor Garden, the beautiful woman from Iceheart Valley named Tanting he had told Yang Kai that Brilliant Flame Sect had a heavenly thunder fire, which was the foundation of Brilliant Flame Sect and its hallowed treasure. If a cultivator in Brilliant Flame Sect was strong enough, they would use the power of this heavenly thunder fire to cultivate their secret technique. Zhang Qing was obviously qualified. As soon as this heavenly thunder fire that belonged to Zhang Qing appeared, the Firebird artifact spirit swooped down like it had been injected with chicken blood, bit down on it, and swallowed it into its belly while letting out a joyful cry. "Come back," Yang Kai called out, and the artifact spirit immediately turned into a streak of fire and flew back into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai found that everyone seemed to be still immersed in shock and had yet to recover. Many of them were subconsciously avoiding his gaze, as if they were afraid of being stared at. Yang Kai chuckled and declared loudly, "Rest assured, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. I just want a more spacious territory. Everyone can do whatever they want." Hearing what he said, the vigilant cultivator breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense expressions gradually eased. With the strength Yang Kai had just shown, if he had set his sights on any team, that team would definitely not have had a good ending. Zhang Qing's group of 6 had died without even a chance to resist. The strongest team here only had 9 people, so no one had the confidence to resist Yang Kai's violent attacks and resolve his powerful Shi. "Continue with your meditation. I don't think anyone will disturb you now," Yang Kai motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao. The two looked at each other with blank expressions, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. When they saw Yang Kai take action just now, they had joined him. Without hesitation, they had not expected victory, but victory had come so easily. But their opponents had been powerless. When they killed their opponents, they had clearly felt their opponents' powerlessness. As a result, now that the battle was over, the two of them felt like they were dreaming. "Yang Kai, you seem to have grown a lot. Did you gain a lot in the blood prison?" Qian Tong looked at him suspiciously. The last time he joined with Yang Kai to attack Shadowed Star's 3 great leaders, Yang Kai had not been so terrifying. At that time, although Qian Tong felt that Yang Kai's potential was infinite, in the end, he had not yet fully matured, so he felt that his strength might be on par with Yang Kai's. But now, he could only look up to him. The improvement of his cultivation was only a small part of the reason. His attainments in Shi were Yang Kai's greatest assets. Qian Tong vaguely felt that Yang Kai's gains from this trip to the blood prison were not small. "Not bad," Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining too much. Qian Tong gently nodded, collected his thoughts, and no longer thought about it. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged, he suddenly said, "By the way, Yang Kai, brother Zhao, you decide." Yang Kai smiled brightly before sitting down cross-legged. Qian Tong nodded, thought about it for a moment, then walked over to Zhao Tianze, who was standing in place like a fool, and whispered to him. After a while, Zhao Tianze returned with a guilty look on his face, found a place, and sat down cross-legged, staring at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He really felt guilty. Before, he had been afraid of death and had not stayed behind to share the joys and sorrows of Qian Tong and the others. But now that all his enemies had been killed, he had come to pick up the benefits. Zhao Tianze felt quite ashamed. If it had been anything else, Zhao Tianze would have most likely refused. A person should always have some dignity. However, the temptation of the stone mountains in the territory was too great for him, so even if he felt embarrassed, he could only grit his teeth and return. Now that he sat down, he felt his old face burning hot. "Brother Zhao, don't think too much." In that situation just now, anyone who didn't understand Yang Kai's background would have made the same choice. You don't have to feel embarrassed. How could this Qian not understand Brother Zhao's character? Qian Tong comforted. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly as he glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing that he was motionless and had no intention of speaking, Zhao Tianze sighed and said sincerely, "This Zhao is grateful." He was too embarrassed to speak. Qian Tong patted him on the shoulder, motioning him to feel free to meditate. The stone mountains in the territory were surrounded by hundreds of third-order origin returning realm cultivator, all of them occupying different positions. Yang Kai's group occupied the largest position, so even if there were only 4 of them, no one dared to offend them. The corpses and blood on the ground were evidence of the great battle that had just taken place. On both sides of Yang Kai's small group, there was a large empty space that no one dared to occupy. From time to time, cultivators who heard the news would join in, and when they saw the empty space on both sides, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They wanted to occupy it, but when they saw the corpses on the ground, their expressions changed and they finally gave up reluctantly. Half a day later, the stone mountains in the territory had been surrounded twice. The number of cultivators here had already reached 200, and there were still more cultivators coming from afar. Conflict inevitably occurred. The larger groups all wanted to occupy the better positions, but the cultivator groups that arrived first naturally wouldn't give up, and the two sides began to fight. From time to time, someone would scream and die. The area around the stone mountains in the territory had become a graveyard for third-order origin returning realm masters. These famous masters from the major cultivation stars fell one after another, and the scene was extremely intense. But no matter how frequent the fighting was, Yang Kai's group of 4 didn't encounter any more provocation. They occupied a large space, and the people on both sides were far away from them. This was enough to explain the situation. Anyone with a little brain would understand that this small group was not to be trifled with, so naturally, no one would come looking for trouble. Qian Tong, Lin Yurao, and Zhao Tianze were already immersed in the wonders of the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai didn't meditate, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground to protect them. It seemed like he was preventing people from causing trouble, but there was a strange smile on his face as he stared at the territory stone in front of him. His gaze was as if he was looking at something that was already in his bag. One day later, many cultivators who were meditating vaguely noticed that something was wrong. As time passed, the various mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in the territory seemed to be weakening. At first, they thought it was just an illusion, but after careful investigation, they realized it was true. The stone mountains in the territory were really slowly losing their effects. This discovery puzzled the cultivator, none of them understanding why the stone mountains in the territory, which had existed for countless years, would suddenly undergo such a change. 2 days later, more cultivators discovered this matter, and soon, everyone knew about it. Whispers rang out one after another. What's going on? It's only been a few days. How can the stone mountains in the territory be so weak? You also feel the same? I thought that I was mistaken. Could it be that there are too many people meditating here? That's why the power of the stone mountains in the territory has been completely absorbed. Nonsense. When has the appearance of a stone mountain in the territory not attracted so many people? In the past, there were always more people coming here, and there had never been a problem before, so why would there be a problem this time? Could it be that the stone mountains in the territory are really going to lose their effects? Don't talk nonsense. It's important to quickly meditate while it's still a little bit useful. Once it completely loses its effect, it will be a dead mountain. The strange changes in the stone mountains in the territory made every cultivator here aware of the crisis, and they spared no effort to comprehend the mysteries, hoping to obtain the greatest benefits. On the third day, the cultivator outside the stone mountains in the territory could no longer feel any magical concepts. Only those cultivators close to the stone mountains in the territory could gain some benefits. On the fourth day, the cultivator in the inner layer also found it difficult to comprehend anything. The effect of the stone mountains in the territory seemed to have weakened to the lowest level. This kind of thing had never happened before. The stone mountains in the territory were the treasures of the blood prison and had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one understood what all this was. Only the smile hidden in Yang Kai's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a light cracking sound came from a certain location. Although the sound was extremely soft, it attracted the attention of many people. Looking in the direction of the sound, in an instant, many cultivators' eyes trembled. A crack. A crack actually appeared in the stone mountains in the territory. Someone exclaimed, as if he had discovered something incredible. What? A crack appeared in the stone mountains in the territory? Impossible. Some people were unwilling to believe it. What was a stone mountain in the territory? It was simply a huge stone in the territory. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so how could a crack appear on it? But just as this voice of doubt sounded, more cracks appeared on the stone mountains in the territory. Those tiny cracks were like spiders, densely packed and crisscrossing. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk. Not good. The stone mountains in the territory are going to be destroyed. It actually broke? Haha, I've struck gold this time. I was worried about not being able to take away such a big thing, but it actually broke by itself. The heavens are really helping me. All kinds of shouts sounded in an instant. All the cultivators got up one after another, some with dignified expressions, some with excited expressions, all of them paying attention to the stone mountains in the territory, each with different ideas in their hearts. A hostile atmosphere suddenly filled the air. Many cultivators, who had been getting along peacefully, were now looking around, as if treating any stranger as a competitor. They all had ideas about the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai, we? Qian Tong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and also looked at the stone mountains in the territory with fiery eyes. Yang Kai frowned and expanded his divine sense. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Quickly retreat." Chapter 1604. Retreat? Qian Tong was stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai was so nervous. Go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain and instead shouted loudly while retreating quickly. Before he left, though, he pulled Lin Yurao along with him. Lin Yurao was confused but didn't resist, allowing Yang Kai to drag her along and soon retreating several dozen meters. Brother Qian. Zhao Tianzhe looked helpless and turned his eyes to Qian Tong for help. Listen to Yang Kai. Qian Tong didn't hesitate to turn into a stream of light and follow closely behind Yang Kai. He didn't know why Yang Kai made such a choice, but he chose to trust Yang Kai unconditionally. Perhaps Yang Kai had his own reasons. Seeing the three of them retreat, Zhao Tianzhe stood in place and hesitated for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance and following them. The scene had become chaotic. As the cracks on the stone mountains in their territory increased, countless cultivators rushed forward, trying to snatch the shattered territory stones. There were also some people who were shrewd enough to hear Yang Kai shout and realize that something was wrong, but instead of wading into these muddy waters, they quietly retreated. When something abnormal happened, there was always a reason, not to mention the fact that the stone mountains in their territory were about to shatter. However, there weren't many people like this, only a tenth of the total number. Most people were fascinated by the temptation in front of them and didn't pay attention to Yang Kai's warning. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound continued, and the stone mountains in their territory seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Under everyone's gaze, more and more cracks appeared, growing larger and larger. Eventually, the stone mountains in their territory collapsed, and the huge stone mountains in their territory turned into pieces of territory stones of various sizes that scattered on the ground. But what made everyone feel strange was that these broken territory stones were different from the territory stones produced in their territory. Each one was as thin as a cicada's wing. That's impossible. The mountain in this territory is actually empty? Someone shouted in disbelief. These shattered pieces of territory stones already explained the problem. If the territory stone mountain wasn't hollow, how could these thin fragments appear after it was shattered? The scene before his eyes was like an empty clay pot that had been smashed into pieces. This was unacceptable to many. However, even though the territory stone was as thin as a cicada's wing, it was still a territory stone. After a few breaths of surprise, everyone frantically rushed forward, eyeing the territory stones of different sizes and trying to snatch them. The situation instantly went out of control. The power of all kinds of artifacts and martial skills blossomed, illuminating everything within a radius of several dozen meters, making it almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Screams rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Suddenly, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the mountain in the territory and spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. All the cultivators covered by this ripple involuntarily stopped what they were doing, their faces suddenly filled with panic. When this ripple swept across their bodies, they all felt a dangerous aura. This was the aura of a territory field, and it was an extremely terrifying territory field. The territory field unique to the mountain in the territory seemed to have been revived again. "Not good, let's go," a smart martial artist shouted. No one tried to grab the scattered territory stones anymore, each cultivator desperately pushing their Saint Chi and frantically retreating. But it was already too late. When the first ripple appeared, a second, a third, followed closely behind. In an instant, countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye overlapped and filled an area of nearly 3 kilometers in circumference, enveloping the entire area within it. Everyone's vision blurred as the powerful territory field that gave birth to the mountain in the territory finally revealed its ferocious face. Like a mad and hungry beast, it opened its bloody maw and swallowed nearly 200 third-order origin returning realm cultivators whole. Screams rang out from all directions, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. No origin returning realm cultivator could resist the crushing power of this violent territory field, their vigorous vitality suddenly vanishing like bubbles being crushed. After the layers of ripples struck, everyone let out a miserable howl and exploded, using their life force and blood to display their final beauty. Yang Kai and the other 3 stood 1,000 meters away from the mountain in the territory field, all of them looking forward with pale faces. Zhao Tianzhe's lips trembled, and his 2 rows of teeth collided together, making a crunching sound. He didn't dare imagine what would have happened if he had been a little greedy just now. He was afraid he would have ended up like those people who had fallen into the territory field. He subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai, his heart filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this young man's foresight, this trip to the blood prison would have been over. The complexions of Qian Tong and Lin Yurao were also not much better. So many cultivator with the same cultivation as them. So many powerful existences who could have broken through to the Origin King realm had fallen without being able to put up any resistance. These people had died like ants. Their mood was subtle and complex. At the same time, in the stone pavilion 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, Luo Hai, who had been sitting peacefully, suddenly stood up, his expression extremely ugly. "Master Luo Hai, what happened?" The old woman surnamed Lei saw his expression change and quickly asked nervously. "Yes, Brother Luo Hai. What is making you so nervous?" An old man also asked in confusion. After reaching the Origin King realm, one's heart was bound to be very calm, so it was rare for one to be so shocked. What's more, Luo Hai was not an ordinary Origin King. He was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, a second-order Origin King. Throughout the entire Star territory, besides a few mysterious old farts, there were not many who were stronger than him. Seeing Luo Hai's face suddenly become so ugly, everyone realized that something big must have happened. The stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed, Luo Hai quickly said. What? Did I hear wrong? Yes. How could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Who did it? The little ones inside shouldn't have such ability, right? Everyone was shouting. If this was not said by Luo Hai, none of them would have believed it. Even if Luo Hai said it, they still had doubts. How could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Master Luo Hai, is what you said true? The old woman looked at Luo Hai solemnly. How could this king make such a joke with you? Luo Hai frowned. As for how it was destroyed, this king does not know, but it is definitely destroyed. Everyone looked at each other, but no longer questioned Luo Hai's judgment. He was the Star Master, so since he said so, he must be completely sure. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat unable to accept such a result. Ha! What a pity! The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It has existed for tens of thousands of years. How could it be destroyed so easily? After a long time, the old man who spoke before sighed. Although the stone mountain in the territory existed on Green Mountain Star, it could be said to be a treasure of the entire star territory. Now that it had been destroyed, anyone would feel pity. Perhaps its destruction would result in fewer origin kings being born in the territory. By the way, Master Luo Hai, since the stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed, what about the people who were meditating around the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman suddenly thought of a more serious problem. When the others heard this, they also paid attention nervously. Many died. This king is unable to determine the exact number of people who died, but this king estimates there were about 200. 200. The old woman's face changed drastically, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly. This time, all the great forces have suffered heavy losses. The blood prison trial had a ridiculously high death rate because basically all those who entered were third-order origin returning realm cultivators. No one feared anyone, and in order to break through to the origin king realm, they were willing to kill all enemies who stood in their way. Now that the stone mountain in their territory had suddenly changed, more than 200 cultivator had died. It was likely that the cultivator from some great forces who had entered would be wiped out and never be able to recover. Everyone quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Fortunately, third young master did not come this time, otherwise. The old man from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce suddenly broke out in cold sweat as a look of fear appeared on his face. If third young master Shui Yu had also come to participate in the blood prison trial and went to the stone mountain in their territory, he couldn't imagine it. Third young master Shui Yu was the greatest hope for the future of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. In the blood prison, only a few breaths of time had passed before the chaotic world calmed down again. All the cultivators who had not retreated in time had died without leaving behind a corpse. In the end, there were less than 30 people who had survived this catastrophe. These people had all heard Yang Kai shout and retreated decisively, saving their lives. After recovering from their panic, they all cupped their fists in the direction of Yang Kai to express their gratitude. With the stone mountain in their territory gone, they naturally would not remain here any longer, each of them heading off in different directions to enter the blood prison in search of their own opportunities. Soon, only Yang Kai's group of 4 remained in this large area. Sect Master Yang, this old master is deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. I hope Sect Master Yang will make a trip to Green Water City after leaving the blood prison. This Zhao will surely welcome you with open arms. Zhao Tianzhe said sincerely, now truly admiring Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled faintly. City Lord Zhao is too polite. I didn't do anything wrong, but I will be going to Green Water City. I hope I won't disturb City Lord Zhao when the time comes. Qin Yu was still inquiring about Su Yin in Green Water City, so Yang Kai naturally had to go and pick her up. No. Zhao Tianzhe quickly waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face. It is this Zhao's honor that Sect Master Yang has come. How could I possibly disturb you? Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao. You two be careful from now on. Hearing the meaning behind his words, Lin Yurao was a little disappointed. Sect Master won't come with us? No, I still have things to do. Yang Kai shook his head. The origin essence crystal chi you had ordered him to obtain had not yet been obtained, and the other half of the monster transformation secret art was still in Yu Xiong's hands, so Yang Kai had to obtain it first. The golden divine dragon source in his body was something he desperately wanted to develop. Then you must be careful. I'm afraid no one here is your opponent, but the remaining territory field here is very powerful, so you must act according to your strength, Qian Tong exhorted. Chapter 1605. I know. I won't put on a brave front. Yang Kai grinned. Then let's part ways here. When we're done here, we'll meet again in Greenwater City. I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly before turning around and turning into a stream of light, quickly disappearing from the sights of Qian Tong and the others. Let's go too, Qian Tong called out. Now that so many people have died, the competition in the blood prison will probably weaken a lot. This is a good time to look for opportunities. We can't miss it. Brother Qian is right. Zhao Tianzai's eyes lit up, his previous gloomy mood suddenly swept away, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Somewhere 100 kilometers away from the stone mountains in the territory, Yang Kai looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he suddenly grinned, "Come out." In the next moment, there was a rustling sound on the ground in front of him. Then, a small head popped out from the ground. Its two green bean-like eyes rolled around, and its body shot up, arriving in front of Kai Yang. The stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai had secretly released the stone mongoose while he was fighting with Zhang Qing and the others. At that time, everyone was shocked by his strength and did not notice any trace of the stone mongoose. All of this was done without anyone noticing. How was the harvest? Yang Kai looked down at the stone mongoose and asked. The stone mongoose did not show much reaction, simply opening its mouth and spitting out a fist-sized territory stone. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the territory stone in the palm of his hand. After inspecting it for a moment, he chuckled and patted the stone mongoose's small head, praising, "Well done." He could imagine that the stone mongoose now had a belly full of territory stones, a number so large that any origin king would be moved. It could be said that the destruction of the stone mountains in the territory was entirely due to this stone mongoose. It snuck in from below without leaving a trace and emptied the entire mountain in the territory without anyone noticing. That was why the cultivator felt that the effect of the stone mountains in their territory was getting weaker and weaker. That was why the stone mountains in their territory would suddenly collapse and become hollow inside. It was all thanks to the stone mongoose. The stone mountains in the territory were indeed hard enough, but the stone mongoose had an innate ability to devour all kinds of minerals. Even the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, the most precious treasure of the colored glass sect, had been bitten by it. Naturally, the stone mountains in the territory were no exception. The moment Yang Kai saw the stone mountain in his territory, he had a bad idea. He did not expect that the stone mongoose would destroy the stone mountains in his territory and trigger the terrifying territory field. Therefore, the moment he sensed that something was wrong, he shouted loudly to remind him. Unfortunately, most of the cultivator were blinded by the benefits in front of them and did not pay attention to his reminder. Only a few of them retreated with him at the first moment, saving their lives. After giving the stone mongoose an order, Yang Kai took it to a more remote location and had it spit out all the territory stones in its stomach. After a quick count, Yang Kai was overjoyed. A total of 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, which could be seen from Yang Kai's harvest since entering the blood prison. So far, he had only obtained 3 domain stones. Others might not necessarily have more gains than he had. In fact, they might have even less. But right now, he had obtained 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. Perhaps, since ancient times, the total number of territory stones obtained by a cultivator who walked out of the blood prison had never been so high. It seemed that Yang Kai would no longer have to worry about comprehending the mysteries of his territory. With so many territory stones in hand, Yang Kai could unscrupulously absorb the mysterious energy contained within them, gain insight into his territory, and comprehend the essence of the Origin King realm. His future would definitely be bright and smooth. Yang Kai was in a good mood. The main purpose of a cultivator who entered the blood prison was to use the territory vortexes to temper their sure, while their secondary purpose was naturally to search for territory stones. Yang Kai felt that he had achieved both of these goals. Without mentioning the number of territory stones he had obtained, the vortexes in his territory could no longer stop him from exploring them. His understanding and application of sure had reached a new height, and even if he had not reached the grand accomplishment stage, he was not far from it. Perhaps one day, when he broke through to the third order origin returning realm, his sure would reach the grand accomplishment stage, and he would have the capital to break through to the origin king realm. Yang Kai was not going to waste any more time. He was going to find the origin essence crystal left behind by the monster king who died here 10,000 years ago and complete the task given to him by Chiyu. On Monster Star, there were 10 tribal lords, but none of them were qualified to be called Monster King. If one wanted to become a Monster King, they needed to reach the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Since ancient times, the number of Monster Kings born on Monster Star could be counted on one hand. There had been one tens of thousands of years ago, but unfortunately, he was involved in the disputes of Green Mountain Star at that time, and eventually fell in the blood prison. Chiyu had already told Yang Kai the specific location. After all, over the years, Monster Emperor Star had secretly sent a number of monster race rookies to the blood prison trial. Chiyu had already inquired about the situation, but unfortunately, they had no way to obtain it. Kai Yang continued to move forward, not wasting any time. He didn't know if it was because of the changes in the stone mountains in his territory, or because so many people had died, but Yang Kai felt that the number of cultivators in the blood prison had indeed decreased greatly. After walking for a few days, Yang Kai couldn't detect any signs of life, and there was no one around. In front of him was a bare hill that was no more than 1,000 meters high. There was not a single blade of grass growing on this hill, only gravel and dirt. However, this hill exuded an extremely strange aura that made one flinch. Demonic chi. What's more, it was an extremely powerful demonic chi. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator did not dare to set foot on this hill easily, because the omnipresent demonic chi was not something they could withstand. Once one stayed inside for too long, the demonic chi would invade their body. This was the demonic chi of a Monster King level master, and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not resist it. In the end, the demonic chi would corrode one's meridians, flesh, blood, become demonic chi, or become the demon race and die. Therefore, in the blood prison, this strange hill had always been regarded as a restricted area, and no one dared to enter at will. Occasionally, those who passed by it would stay far away to avoid being affected by the demonic chi. It should be here. Yang Kai looked at the bare hill and whispered to himself. This hill in front of him was the same as the information given by Chiyu, the place where the Monster King fell. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked straight towards the hill. After a short while, he arrived at the foot of the hill. As soon as he stepped in, the omnipresent demonic chi rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, drilling into his pores and pouring into his meridians. Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to resist the invasion of the demonic chi. It was a bit strenuous, as expected of the demonic chi left behind by a Monster King level master. Even if it had existed here for tens of thousands of years, it was still not easy to resist. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the Golden Divine Dragon Source, so even if the demonic chi forced into his body, it would not have much effect on him. If it were any other human origin returning realm master, they would have retreated immediately. After confirming that he was fine, Yang Kai walked up step by step. Very quickly, he arrived at the top of the mountain. He raised his eyes and looked around. The surroundings were empty, and there was nothing. This caused him to frown. The information given to him by Chiyu only said that the origin essence crystal was in this barren hill, but she did not know its exact location. If it was not at the top of the hill, then it might be somewhere else. Yang Kai silently sensed for a while and made a plan in his heart. Looking in a certain direction, he walked towards it. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai arrived at the back of the hill and stood in front of a dark cave, looking inside with rapt attention. The cave was dark, and he could not see anything. When he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it was bounced back. However, if he guessed correctly, the Monster King level master should have fallen in this cave because the demonic chi was the strongest here. Yang Kai was not afraid of anything. He took out a luminous stone from his space ring, held it in his hand, and stepped inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the demonic chi became. The deepest part of the cave seemed to be the source of the demonic chi. After a while, Yang Kai finally arrived at the innermost part of the cave. This cave seemed to have been artificially excavated. It was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. The innermost part of the cave was actually a cave that covered an area of several hundred meters. In a certain part of the cave, there seemed to be a huge object lying across the ground, and an astonishing demonic aura was spreading out from it. Yang Kai took out more luminous stones and flicked them around, embedding them into the cracks in the surrounding stone walls. In the blink of an eye, the entire dark cave became bright. Looking forward again, Yang Kai's eyes shrank as shock filled them. He suddenly discovered that the huge object in front of him was none other than a skeleton. The skeleton of a huge monster beast. It was about 200 meters long and looked somewhat like an ancient giant crocodile. Even though it was just a skeleton, it exuded an astonishing aura. This skeleton should be the original body of the Monster King level master. It seemed that he had been transformed from a monster beast. Otherwise, he would not have revealed his true form after death. Generally, monster race cultivators who were born in human form would remain in human form after death, but they could cultivate some secret techniques to stimulate the monster beast bloodline in their body and stimulate the potential of the monster beast in their bloodline to fight. This kind of monster beast that revealed its true form after death must have been the incarnation of a powerful monster beast. This was the purest form of the monster race, and its bloodline was extremely pure. What's more, this was the skeleton of a third-order origin king monster beast. Even after tens of thousands of years, its skeleton was still as fresh as new. Each of its bones looked extremely sturdy and would definitely be a top-grade material for artifact refining. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Qiyu only said that he would hand over the origin essence crystal to Yu Xiong, but she did not say that he would hand over the Monster King skeleton as well, so Yang Kai could simply take it for himself. High Heaven Sect was currently developing and had many highly accomplished artifact refiners from Star Emperor Mountain. Although these artifact refiners could not be compared to Yang Yin, they were still among the best on Shadowed Star. If these skeletons were taken back and given to them for artifact refining, Yang Kai believed they would definitely be able to refine a large number of origin-grade high-rank artifacts. However, doing so would be a waste of Heaven's treasures. Logically speaking, the skeleton of an Origin King realm monster beast was a precious material that could be used to refine Origin King-grade artifacts. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.